I'm Richard Corcoran, President of New College of Florida, and I'm happy to welcome you to our campus on beautiful Sarasota Bay as we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the ideas, principles, and people that have shaped our nation for the past 250 years. It's also an opportunity to look ahead and consider the responsibility each generation shares in preserving freedom, expanding opportunity, and strengthening our country. At New College, we are proud to be a part of this historic national celebration. As Florida's honors college, we believe one of academia's highest purposes is to study history thoughtfully, explore enduring ideas, encourage meaningful dialogue, and prepare the next generation for lives of citizenship and principled leadership. Made possible through support from the U.S. Department of Education and the Florida Board of Governors America 250 Initiative, this lecture series brings together 14 members of our distinguished faculty. Through their scholarship and teaching, they will explore the historical, philosophical, political, and constitutional foundations of the American story, inviting you to engage with the ideas that have shaped our nation and continue to influence its future. The pursuit of knowledge begins with curiosity. It grows through thoughtful inquiry, civil discourse, and a willingness to engage ideas with rigor, humility, and respect. These traditions have shaped great universities for generations, and they remain essential to the values of New College. Whether you're joining us from here in Florida or from somewhere else across this extraordinary country, thank you for celebrating with us. We hope these conversations deepen your appreciation for our nation's history and inspire thoughtful participation in America's next chapter. From all of us here at New College of Florida, thank you for joining us, and happy Independence Day.
Dr. Jeremy Bailey is Professor of Humanities at the Hamilton School for Classical and Civic Education at the University of Florida. He is a scholar of American political thought and constitutional development. Bailey attended Rhodes College and received his PhD from Boston College. His research focuses on political thought during the early republic and constitutional controversies concerning executive power. In addition to writing several books, including The Idea of Presidential Representation, James Madison and Constitutional Imperfection, The Contested Removal Power, and Thomas Jefferson and Executive Power, Dr. Bailey has published his scholarship in leading political science and law journals.
I want to talk about three documents. This talk is developed, it's my first time actually giving this presentation. It's developed from my next book on Jefferson, which is coming out in September. Today I want to emphasize three documents, two especially, but if you don't, you need to get the handout, so I'm not reading long quotes to you. So if you don't have the handout, I encourage you to get the handout or get somebody to give you the handout. We'll talk mostly about the letters to Henry Lee and to Roger Waitman, which are quite famous, maybe in the top 10 of let's say, Jefferson letters. The other one, which I'm not going to talk about too much, but you have here, is a letter to Earl, which is not so famous, maybe not even known, but it's a restatement of his so-called Earth Belongs to the Living letter. And there's nothing else like it in Jefferson's writings, in the sense that there's nothing as parsimonious, as condensed, as axiomatic. Perhaps the only thing like it is the second paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, which is roughly the same word count as the key passage in the letter to Earl. Finally, all three of these letters were written near the end of his life, and they were all written with the expectation to be published widely in the newspapers. Okay, so the letter to Lee. This comes in the context of a discussion in the newspapers about who deserves credit for the Virginia Constitution of 1776. That discussion, called about the first modern written constitution, sparked Henry Lee's interest in the historical documents in my own possession, he writes Jefferson. These documents included Mason's Declaration of Rights, the instructions to the Virginia delegation in Congress to present an enumeration of our grievances, and a plan of opposition authored by two of his family members. Henry Lee then made an observation that seemed to extend Woodward's inquiry about whom should receive credit for the Virginia Constitution to whom should receive credit for the ideas of the Declaration of Independence. Although there is no doubt that Jefferson would enjoy immortality because of the strength, simplicity, and grandeur of the Declaration, it would seem that the papers in Lee's possession form the materials, or might have formed the materials, out of which the fine principles of the Declaration of Independence arose. In other words, Lee was asking Jefferson whether other men deserved the credit Jefferson had received as the author. Not only was he asking about the text, he was also asking about the principles. Now, Jefferson likely suspected Lee's intentions. Lee's father was a political enemy, and by Lee's own account, had supported the Sedition Act in 1798. Lee's father also supported Aaron Burr for president during the election crisis of 1800. It is also perhaps relevant that after Jefferson's death, Lee published a scathing attack on Jefferson. There, Lee went out of his way to argue that any merit in both the Declaration and the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom, religious liberty, should be credited to Locke, not Jefferson, a charge his own father had made at some point to Jefferson himself. Further, Lee elevated George Mason at the cost of Jefferson. As a lawgiver, he says, Mr. Jefferson was far inferior to a man whom in popular favor and public honors he greatly outstripped. This man was George Mason. Not only was Jefferson an unoriginal thinker and an inferior lawgiver, but he was also a middling stylist. In Lee's assessment, the Declaration exhibits none of the higher powers of composition, and though suited to the great occasion, was not equal to it. Though it is true that Jefferson could not have known exactly what Lee would eventually publish after his death, it is safe to say that Jefferson was on guard. To deal with Lee, Jefferson returned to an exchange he had had with Madison 2 years earlier about who deserved credit for the Declaration, and more broadly for the ideas animating the American Revolution. The prominent Massachusetts Federalist Timothy Pickering had been arguing, especially in public, in an oration on July 4th, 1823, that the Declaration contained not many new ideas. It was a compilation of facts and sentiments stated and expressed in some preceding years. Pickering wanted to restore the credit for the Revolution to Massachusetts. After all, James Otis had made the case for natural rights far earlier. And combined with John Adams's differing recollections of the drafting of the document, Pickering's argument threatened to undermine Jefferson's importance. Now, Madison had already exchanged letters with John Adams about this, making the case that the men of 1776 deserved some credit, even if the principles of independence came, as Adams had said, with the first settlers of Massachusetts. Now, in this context, Jefferson wrote Madison, his friend, a defensive letter in 1823, correcting the record and explaining that he turned to neither book nor pamphlet while writing it. He praised Adams, who, like the ceaseless action of gravity, kept the question before Congress. And on the question of credit, he acknowledged, we may ask, what of these elevated thoughts were new or can be affirmed never before to have entered the conceptions of man? Now, Madison responded in agreement. You don't have this passage, but I'm going to read it. It's a little long. This is Madison. Nothing can be more absurd than the cavil that the Declaration contains known and not new truths. The object was to assert, not to discover truths, and to make them the basis of the Revolutionary Act. The merit of the draft, therefore, could only consist in a lucid enunciation of human rights, in a condensed enumeration of the reasons for such an exercise of them, in a style and tone appropriate to the great occasion and to the spirit of the American people. The subject did not return in the correspondence between Jefferson and Madison, but Jefferson clearly returned to Madison's letter when he composed his response to Henry Lee. Jefferson also seems to have remembered a passage from David Hume's Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, where Hume wrote of the common sense of mankind in conjunction with a list of philosophers, including Cicero, Aristotle, and Locke. Jefferson took the language from both Madison and Hume to write one of his most famous set of sentences. And you have the letter to Lee, which talks about the American mind, Aristotle, Cicero, Locke, et cetera, the common sense of the subject. It's very famous. I encourage you to use it in your classrooms, also to invite students to reflect on the differences of the letter to Waitman. Now, Jefferson clearly borrowed from his friend Madison. Following Madison, Jefferson answered the question of originality by emphasizing the object of the Declaration. But Jefferson's version pivoted away from human rights and instead emphasized the distinctive Americanness of the document. It was not original, but represented the American mind. In so doing, Jefferson's version also shifted the framing from the question of originality to the question of the creation of a particular place and a particular people. But Jefferson did not leave it simply at that. He added an interlined passage that says, terms so plain and firm as to command their assent and to justify ourselves the independent stand we are compelled to take. This addition in the second draft substantially changed the letter by revealing just where Jefferson could claim credit. That credit grows out of an important fact of political life. Specifically, the interlined addition reveals not only that all American Whigs thought alike on the subject, but perhaps more important, these same American Whigs needed to be organized in a way, or commanded, to assemble their thoughts around a particular direction and object. Now, as president, Jefferson privately explained to the governor of Virginia that executive action could bring the wills of individuals to a point of union and effect, thereby giving form and body to the floating ardor of our countrymen. The same principle applies here. The authors of the Declaration deserve credit not for the ideas fueling revolutionary spirit, but because those ideas were not new. But these men, and especially Jefferson himself, did deserve credit for putting those ideas into words that can organize action and therefore make the revolution possible. Nevertheless, the particularity of this document and the body and shape of it demands explanation. What is it that makes one nation different from another, as the first paragraph of the Declaration claims? What is it that reveals to a group of individuals that they are in fact one people who may decide to declare that they wish to separate from another people? The long train of abuses documenting that a government is not securing rights can justify the decision, but what makes the decision cognizable in the first place? Now, the political theorist Danielle Allen argues that the right to self-government arises from the capacity for self-government. As she puts it, this capacity has little to do with financial or military power, but instead has to do with a society's ability to arrive at decisions for the whole that the individuals will respect and obey. Not every society has this capacity, but its underlying impulse, as she sees it, is natural and grows out of a mystery force, she calls it, a drive to survive. In her view, the Declaration argues that a people have a natural right to a properly constituted government, in part because governments are necessary to secure rights, but also because all men and women naturally desire this for themselves. Now, in my view, the letter to Lee suggests a further necessary step, namely posits that this American mind first needed a leader in words, to make that mind conscious of itself. In this way, the Declaration was central to the Revolution, and therefore to self-government more broadly. Now I'll turn to the letter to Waitman. On June 14, 1826, Washington, D.C. Mayor Roger Waitman wrote Jefferson to invite him to the Capitol on behalf of a committee appointed by the citizens of Washington. The city would be celebrating the 50th anniversary of American independence in a manner worthy of the metropolis of the nation. As a wish to honor Jefferson as one of the last three signers of the Declaration still living. Without referring to Jefferson's age, Waitman offered a special deputation that would accompany Jefferson to and from his home at Monticello. Waitman wrote John Adams on the same day with the same invitation. Adams responded on June 22nd, saying that the present state of my health would prevent his attendance. He offered his best wishes for the increasing prosperity of your city and the constant health of its inhabitants. Jefferson also declined for health reasons, and he especially regretted not being able to gather with the other signers, that small band, that remnant of that host of worthies who joined with us on that day. Jefferson did, unlike Adams, however, go further in an attempt to transform the invitation into an opportunity to explain the significance of the Declaration of Independence. This is notable because Waitman's invitation specifically emphasized recognition of the 50th anniversary of American independence, not the Declaration per se. It is true that Jefferson was invited as one of the signers of the Declaration, but also invited were the other living presidents. When Jefferson responded as one of the surviving signers of the Declaration, which was an instrument, he said, that was pregnant with our own and the fate of the world, he was shifting the subject not only from the Revolution to the Declaration, but also from the past to the future. Jefferson did so with the expectation that the letter be published, and given his health, likely with the expectation that this could be his last public statement. The letter to Waitman was almost immediately published, alongside Waitman's invitation as well as the response by Adams around the country. The first publication was on July 4th, the day Jefferson and Adams died, in the Washington papers, the Daily National Intelligencer and the Daily National Journal. The next day it appeared in the Baltimore Patriot. By July 8th, it made it to the New York Evening Post, and 2 days later to Pennsylvania's National Gazette and Literary Register. By the end of July, the letter would appear in over 50 newspapers around the nation. A woodcut broadside was created with the illustration of liberty together with representatives from continents around the world. A few years later, the letter began to be republished in recognition of July 4th and its festivities. Now, the reply to Waitman is characteristic Jefferson. It is thundering and exultant at the same time. It presumes that the subject has something to do with the fate of the world and choosing between submission or the sword. It is also characteristic in its borrowing from the print language of the day and repurposing it for Jefferson's own ends. In her book on the Declaration, Pauline Maier pointed out that the booted and spurred metaphor came from the final speech of an English colonel who was executed for treason in 1685. But that was not the only line that Jefferson repurposed. The phrase monkish ignorance and superstition likely came from William Cobbett, who in turn seems to have misquoted a line from William Blackstone. Now, the line appears in Cobbett's History of the Protestant Reformation in England and Ireland, which Cobbett published between 1824 and 1826. Cobbett was English by birth and worked as a bookseller, pamphleteer, and journalist in the United States. Jefferson would have known him as a Federalist nuisance. During the election of 1800, for example, Cobbett had gone so far as to mock Jefferson for writing letters to the black mathematician Banneker and for Jefferson's praise of the Chief Logan, a Mingo chief. Cobbett also spent considerable effort dodging and defending himself against lawsuits for libel in the United States and sedition in England. And Jefferson even blamed at another time Cobbett for being the source of John Adams's opinion about the excesses of the French Revolution, an opinion that was central to the break between Jefferson and Adams. Now, in his History of the Protestant Reformation, Cobbett denounced the Protestant histories of Britain, including Blackstone, who in fact lived upon the spoils of the Catholic Church, according to Cobbett. He blamed Blackstone for equating Catholicism with the dark ages of monkish ignorance and superstition, hence the line, and instead celebrated the accomplishments of Catholics over time. Jefferson thus appropriated Cobbett's phrase, redirecting it to target religion as the enemy of enlightenment. Above all, Jefferson's language in the letter to Waitman was unburdened from Henry Lee's pointed question as to whether Jefferson himself deserved credit as the author of the Declaration. Instead, Jefferson offered a vision of the Declaration, of what the Declaration would become. May it believe to the world what I believe it will be. And by the world, Jefferson meant all of it, explaining in parentheses, to some parts sooner, to others later, but finally to all. In this, Jefferson looked to the international future rather than the American past. His wish and his prediction was that the Declaration would serve as a teaching agent of the self-evident truths, undergirding the blessings of liberty and the security of self-government. In particular, it would counteract centuries of despotism by serving as a signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves. In contrast to ignorance and superstition aided by power, the American form of self-government had restored the free right to the unbounded exercise of reason and freedom of opinion. In this, there is some unity with the letter to Lee. There, Jefferson borrowed from Madison's statement of the object of the Declaration, but changed it by emphasizing the role that the firm and plain words of the Declaration, his words, played in commanding colonial Americans to separate from Britain and resume their separate and equal status among the nations of the world. Jefferson was again explicitly connecting self-government to the Enlightenment project. But in a potential clarification of the Declaration, reason and opinion are now featured before equality. In the Declaration, equality is offered as a self-evident truth. But in the letter to Waitman, the fact of equality is only recognizable with the aid of reason, in particular the kind of reason that has to surmount the monkish ignorance and superstition of the anti-philosophers who have an interest in keeping things in their present state. Moreover, by combining equality with respect to rule and with respect to one's own labor, the letter to Waitman draws on the letter to Earl. The general spread of the light of science teaches the palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs to be legitimately ridden by a favored few. The letters to Earl, Lee, and Waitman teach three interconnected lessons. The first is that peoplehood is not an inheritance. Each generation constitutes a new people, a people that is sovereign with respect to what happened before it. The second follows from the first. Because peoplehood cannot be inherited, it must be constructed. This requires the settling of land and the creation of governing institutions. But the latter first requires some firm and plain articulation that can gather separate individuals around a common endeavor. Because this common endeavor cannot be inherited, each generation must find its own articulation. The third lesson is that the success of this articulation depends on its proximity to certain scientific truths. The truths both undermine the efforts by anti-philosophers who wish to keep people in subjection and create the basis for a union of sentiment. Jefferson spent his life trying to teach all three lessons and in so doing created an American people. Now, from the backward view of history, what is most perhaps amazing is Jefferson's confidence in his own project. Jefferson's faith in a world governed by natural rights was akin to his prediction in the second inaugural that his union of sentiment would govern the United States. This confidence was perhaps the source for his lazy agnosticism of his theory of generational sovereignty that allowed him to look the other way with respect to the younger generation's comfort with slavery. But it also differs because it presumes that there's a direction of human history, and because it presumes a contest between the good and the bad, between those on the side of reason and those against it. The opponents, whether they be anti-philosophers or monkish supporters of raw head and bloody bones, would be tolerated by their ideas, but their ideas would necessarily be doomed. And like Native Americans, their way of life quietly eliminated. In the long view, the freedoms of religion and press would be soldiers on behalf of an enlightened unanimity that would flatten the world. But how might this confidence translate into action today? It would appear that by Jefferson's own words, the self-evident truths of the Declaration need more than the spread of science in order to come about. At a minimum, these truths need a leader to teach them or put them in words and provide them form and shape. And they need a people who are willing and able to live by reflection and choice rather than by accident and force. Or as he put it to Coles, the American people needed someone during the Revolution to carry them the whole length of the principles which they had invoked for themselves. But this very example, taken from Jefferson's failure to move Virginia towards gradual emancipation in the 1770s, teaching that it is possible, perhaps likely, that the people will not be carried at any particular given moment. This was certainly the case for the young men of Coles's Virginia who would not be carried towards anti-slavery. The problem with Jefferson, then, is that he never fully explains why people will not be carried. From the letter to Waitman, we might conclude that the problem is that the people are not educated, and once exposed to the light of science, they will follow. But it could also be the case that men and women naturally resist uniformity, that liberty is closer to diversity, and to the desire to be contrarian and to live on one's own terms. This natural tendency against uniformity would seem to be compatible with the possibility that the truth that the earth belongs to the living is also a truth that reason will unveil itself alongside other truths. If so, does this latter truth ultimately teach the lessons of moral quietude, a lesson that Jefferson seemed to have learned from the prayers of old Priam? Or rather, does it recommend moral humility in the face of the inevitability that both the coalitions of political power and notions of political right will change? Or finally, does it reveal the need for lasting accomplishments and lessons, made firm and plain by institutions and words that endure over time?
Join us in falling in love with America again.
Teachers, we invite you to become a Liberty Fellow at New College of Florida. This professional development opportunity is for educators in grades 5 through 12. NCF invites you to explore the ideas and principles that shaped our nation and strengthen the habits of liberty and self-governance in your classroom. Participating teachers may receive a $1,000 stipend and earn professional education credits by completing at least 80% of the program and committing to 1 year of the program at a time. Connect with scholars and peers, build a network of up to 50 colleagues per year, and access digital learning material designed for use in your classroom. To learn more, visit us at ncf.edu/A250-apply or scan the QR code to apply today. Join me in falling in love with America again.
It's true that in the New England Primer it says at the beginning, in Adam's fall we sin it all, but it's, my instinct is that, this is partly a clarification question. When you speak about the idea of self-interest and factionalism among the founders, I inevitably think of the Federalist Papers as, what we now think of, this is the canonical version of those matters. And to me at least, I have my doubts that one can establish whether something is quote unquote Christian or not through the statistical method of seeing how often Christian sources are quoted. My own sense is that in the Federalist Papers, self-interest is not seen as a sign of corruption or fallenness, nor is it in Locke. And that I would, for example, say that, I hope you understand what I mean, that in a way Rousseau is a much more Christian thinker in terms of how he views self-interest. That for Rousseau, self-interest, at least in society, is somehow corrupt. And Rousseau also has an idea of innocence, whereas it seems like the authors of the Federalists have neither of these things. They have an idea of self-interest and faction as the very material, the building blocks of political life, as opposed to seeing them as regrettable weaknesses that afflict the human condition.
Well, thank you. No, that's a very good point. I think Madison and the Federalist Papers are somewhat outliers in this respect. Let me throw some more statistics at you. About 15% of Americans in the late 18th century are Anglican. 50 to 75% are Calvinist, are members of Calvinist denominations. You think of the Federalist Papers, the three authors are all Anglican. And Madison, very unusually, in Federalist 10, actually points to religion as a source of faction, which I think it can be. I think he's right about that. But the founding generation had a much different view of religion, which connects immediately to your talk. Jim Hudson of the Library of Congress has identified what he calls the founder's syllogism, and it goes like this. If a Republican form of government is to work, you must have a moral people. If you're going to have moral people, you must have a religious people. And clearly and indisputably in this context, they thought Christianity was necessary to generate these moral standards. So I think, and I agree with the statistics, you can't just cite who cites what and come to a conclusion. But I think if you dive into the literature beyond the Federalist Papers, that this idea that humans are sinful and that we have to take that into account when we build our political structures, it's just ubiquitous. You have a few little exceptions. The Pennsylvania Constitution of 1776, it was a disaster, right? And so what you see throughout the states at the national government is an attempt to avoid concentrated power through separation of powers, checks and balances, and that sort of thing.
Thank you very much. That was one of the best panels I've heard anywhere. And Professor Abramson, I just ordered 2 of your books as a testament to your, so I'm contributing to your family's trust fund, okay, just to let you know. I have 2 questions, and unfortunately toward the end, I couldn't hear, there was some kind of microphone malfunction or something, but my question is, how do you define religious supremacism? And then toward the end of your talk, you mentioned one thing that the courts need to do today is to define religion. How would you begin to help the courts define religion?
So, 2 separate questions. How do I define religious supremacism? The same way I define any other form of supremacism. If you believe, if your position is we deserve specific rights under the law because, well, in case of religion, it would be because we are theologically correct and everybody else is wrong, that's religious supremacism. Okay? And my position is that is antithetical to the American system. Right? The American system, when we say no establishment, is literally, we are not taking a position on theological correctness. Okay? We have no idea. You know, the U.S. government takes no position on who is getting into the kingdom of heaven. Right? You're entitled to your own belief, and, you know, at some point, if God feels like coming down and letting us know, we'll all learn something. So, yeah, so religious supremacism, I was defined as any notion that you are entitled to special rights under the law because of your faith, which necessarily means because of the theological correctness of your faith, right? Nobody would argue, yeah, my religion is wrong, but we deserve special rights anyway. The second question, sorry, what was the second question? I don't recall.
And then toward the end, unfortunately, you ran out of time, but you said one thing we could do is have the courts decide or define religion. And how would you begin to help them define religion?
Right. So if you look, in particular in my book, American Spirit or Great Awakening, I talk about the woke movement. And what I put forward is my belief that wokeism is a religion, not a religion substitute, not things that people are looking for in lieu of religion. And the way that I show that is that I go into the metaphysics of wokeism. Okay? And I actually show that every major plank of the woke agenda addresses a spiritual question. And it addresses a question that is frequently addressed by a religion. So the most obvious example is climate change is an apocalypse tale. Right? Climate change is not the belief that the climate isn't constant and therefore it's changing. Climate change is the belief that man is living out of harmony with nature. And if we do not alter our lifestyles and repent from our profligate ways, the earth, seas, and skies themselves will rise up to smite us down and destroy all that we have built. Okay? That's an apocalypse story. I don't quite know why every faith seems to have an obsession with understanding the end of times, but I observe that they do. A less obvious one, that is only less obvious until I say it for the first time, the trans movement. What's the thing that interested me about the trans movement was I actually knew trans communities. I knew the trans community in San Francisco a decade before this stuff hit the front page. And then it hit the front pages. And all of a sudden, this to me was really interesting, tens of millions of Americans who had never knowingly met a trans person, had never given the issue a matter of thought, suddenly had this passion for this issue. I wonder what's going on here. And then I realized at the heart of the trans issue, at the heart of the trans issue, somebody shows up and says, I'm trapped in the wrong body. Now, everybody gets distracted into arguing whether that's meaningful or you can be born the wrong gender or whatnot. We forget to look at the basics, which is, okay, what you've just told me, you, secularist, you non-binary advocate, you member of the trans movement, you believe that there is a you, that there's a me that is separate from my body, that is a truer indication of who I am. We can't test for it, we can't observe it, but it's there and it defines the truth of who I am in a way that this outer shell does not. Seems to me that every faith I've ever encountered has that belief. Usually call it the soul. Okay? So I go through it and I show that this is a real religion because it fills metaphysical needs. And it addresses spiritual questions. And I think that you can do that with many of these things. One of the reasons that as Professor Ellis spoke about yesterday, one of the reasons that Marxism kind of collapsed, and what you get in its wake is cultural Marxism, is that Marxism just ignored too many questions. Religion is the opiate of the masses, it's stupid, we're going to ignore it. Well, maybe that's right, except that it also answers questions you can't answer. Okay? There is nothing within the Marxist framework that tells me where my grandparents went after they died, or where my kids were before I met their mother. Okay? You can't answer, so you need to weld on other parts. And this is what we're seeing. And we do need, and this is why I believe that the strongest argument against some of the woke stuff that's being taught, particularly in public schools, is that it's an establishment of religion. Okay? But nobody has brought that case because there has never been a case in American history where someone has said, what you're doing is establishing your religion in the public sphere, and the defense has been, we're not a religion. Okay? The question has never been answered. There have been weak attempts to answer what is a religion in the free exercise realm, mostly around conscientious objectors during the Vietnam War. They are uniformly recognized as inadequate, incoherent, inconsistent, and impossible to apply. We don't know. We do know that there are entire bodies of law that only apply to religion, but we don't know what a religion is. And that's a problem.
You talk about Constantine, and that is like the beginning of this Christian structure. And then in America, this Protestant movement becomes the Protestant structure. But I mean, I've never looked at it like that. It was very interesting. I really enjoyed the whole conversation. But I think it leaves out the fact that Constantine was like catching up with his culture. Christian people were helping people in the plague. They were risking their lives. They were out there allowing themselves to be, well, they didn't really have a choice, but to be thrown to the lions and things like that. And they were like demonstrating their faith. And I think Constantine just kind of came along at the last tail of that. And then he put a structure on it, which many would say may not have helped it. In the same way, pilgrims came here just to escape so they could have their own faith. And many, many people came to America. I mean, a lot came for business, the London Company and all that, but a lot of people did come from their faith. Then they do, for the most part, did have a mindset that was similar, but it's hard to see it as a Protestant structure or whatever, in my mind anyways, because, I mean, Jewish people came from the very beginning. Rhode Island was known for being a very multicultural state, but if you were in Massachusetts, they were very strong about their faith, that, you know, you had to be a certain way. So I think it was more organic is my point, that's all.
Well, there's obviously an important organic component. When I talk about structure, I'm talking about governance structures, which is, you know, how we deal with people under law. Let me say, by the way, I'm Jewish, so I take no position at all on, you know, the theology of Christianity. Okay, I have no position at all on you know, on what, or Islam, by the way. I've you want to know deeply offensive religious statements. I couldn't believe that both George W. Bush and Barack Obama gave speech after speech after speech where they told people what the truth of Islam is. And I thought, I cannot imagine anything more offensive. If I were a Muslim, I mean, you know, you're outside the faith. You do not have a right to an opinion as to what the truth of my faith is. Maybe you have a right to an opinion as to what the truth of your faith is. But to stand up and say, well, look, I'm not a Muslim, but the truth of true Islam is peace. It's like, no. You want to know what true Islam is? Ask Muslims. Okay? Presidents don't get to talk about that. Governance structures are necessary, and I'm just talking about within the denomination. I'm talking literally, how do you run a country? And you do need those things. And yes, obviously they're going to emerge out of the culture. Okay, I mean that's where you know, there's always a cultural idea that precedes its realization, whether you're making a product or you're forming a government. So absolutely, but I mean, you know, and by the way, it turns out that you know, those first couple of 100 years of pre-Constantine Christianity have proved to be very important because they injected elements of humility in Christianity that many other movements, I mean, you know, Islam never had that. Right? Islam was trying, in fact, the Islamic argument was kind of hard to refute. If we weren't touting God's newly revealed truth, why have we been so successful? I mean, that's a pretty compelling argument. So, you know, but yeah, you do need, and absolutely, the concretization of an idea is always going to follow its cultural development.
Dr. Abramson, or for anybody, you mentioned Vatican II. I'm curious about the reforms. I know it's controversial post World War II and what have you. And as it relates to the initial doctrine of Catholicism or Christianity, would you say the reforms made in Vatican II have helped or hindered, or what are your thoughts on that? I know it's debated in the...
Right. So, you know, I'm a big fan of this stuff that says let's get along better with the Jews. I take it personally. But I think, you know, Vatican II was a huge reform. And right now there are a lot of people who want to view it as a holistic thing and say I either like it or I don't. And since I'm not in favor of the vernacular Mass, I'd like to throw out the whole set of reforms. Or, you know, I don't like what they did to liturgy or ritual, I want to throw out the whole set of reforms. But Nostra Aetate is really the first attempt for the church. I mean, this is really the church realizing that they're not in charge anymore, and they're not going to get back in charge. And they are now the world's single largest and single most important denomination, but they're still one among many. And it really starts a lot of introspection. And yes, there is, you know, I'm not up on canon law. I'm not up on how the Vatican reforms its doctrine. I know that, you know, I know that it is easier to reform Catholic doctrine than it is to undo Jewish law that's already been decided. You know, personally, I think there's been tremendous development, and they're still agonizing over it. And I've read an article, I forget the name, it was written by Pope Benedict. And he says straight out, you know, people want to know why the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah. Well, the Jews say the Messiah will enter in an era of peace, and we're clearly not living in an era of peace. And it's true. If you go back to original doctrine, to original Christian doctrine, there are two sets of prophecies about the Messiah, the Old Testament prophets. There are the signs that the Messiah is coming, and there are signs that the Messiah is already here. And early Christianity focused very intently on the signs that the Messiah is coming. But in reality, it's easier to ride into Jerusalem on a white donkey than it is to get a wolf to lie down with a lamb. Okay? The first happened, the second didn't. So you do get that. There was another very important document done under Pope Francis that came out on the 50th anniversary of Nostra Aetate, which says amazing stuff. It says amazing stuff, and it actually goes to some of the difficulties. He says, the Jews can be saved, but how the Jews can enter the kingdom of heaven without passing through Christ remains a divine mystery. That's huge movement. Okay, that's huge movement. Now, whether non-Catholic denominations want to go there, there's also, we talk now about Christian Zionism. So I keep telling my Jewish friends, you got to be very, very careful, because the Christian Zionist movement and various evangelical movements, they can be pro-Israel for geopolitical reasons, but they see the modern state of Israel as the beginning of the fulfillment of messianic deliverance, ushering in the Messianic era. And in fact, I've even had people tell me that they see that to some extent, the proximity of the Holocaust and the founding of the State of Israel is a crucifixion and resurrection story, which I will tell you right now is not how many Jews see it. So when you talk to Christian Zionists or you talk to evangelicals, you have to be aware that they, unlike most Jews, believe that the modern State of Israel is a step towards Messianic deliverance. On the other hand, the Vatican is clear. The reason that they support the modern State of Israel as the homeland of the Jews is that it is not Messianic deliverance, and there is no theological significance to it. It is a matter of temporal governance, and the Jews are a nation like all other nations, and they're entitled to a homeland. So you got to be very careful when you talk about these things.
My first question would be for Dr. Abramson. I noticed, and I thought it was really fascinating, how you made the beginning of Western civilization, Alexander the Great invading Judea, and then the establishment of Hellenism. Why not push it back farther? Why not start with Abraham? Why not start with monotheism and the idea that the Creator can be personally known, that the Creator can give you a set of laws to live by that are affirming that sense of the Imago Dei, affirming that sense of individual rights. Why make it at Alexander the Great? I thought it was a really interesting insight, but I just wanted to know sort of your reasoning for that.
Well, I mean, I believe that there was a lot of history before Western civilization. I mean, I don't, you know, I'm not going to start with, I don't feel compelled to start Western civilization with Abraham any more than I feel compelled to start it with Adam. Although clearly there was no Western civilization before Adam. You know, but I actually think that Western civilization is relatively young. It is newer than, it is older than Islamic civilization, but it's a lot younger than either Indic or Chinese. Okay? Those civilizations have been around a lot longer than we have. We are still relatively young. And you know, 1,000 years in civilizational terms is not that long. So, you know, I mean, again, there were obviously precursors, right? I mean, there was a Hellenistic culture before Alexander conquered Judea, and there was a Judean culture before Alexander conquered Judea. But I think that Western civilization, I mean, this is not original to refer to the West as the marriage of Athens and Jerusalem. It is hardly novel at this point. But, you know, again, maybe we can quibble about when Athens and Jerusalem got married, but it sure as hell wasn't before they met.
Thank you both for your presentations today. I do have a question, but first I just want to make sure I'm understanding a few things correctly. So, Dr. Hall, you mentioned that the founders had some idea based of sinfulness based in Christianity. Was that right?
That's correct.
Okay, excellent. And this seems to me to be somewhat in contradiction with Locke and Enlightenment thinking, because at least in my case, when I learned about the American Revolution, I learned about it as a product of the Enlightenment. And Dr. Abramson, in yours, you spoke about the conflict or differences between the American Revolution and the French Revolution, with how possibly the French Revolution took Enlightenment thinking too far to utopianism. So I'm just wondering, is there a tension between Enlightenment thinking and Christian values, specifically when it comes to the American founding? Is it one? Is it the other? Is it a combination of both?
Yeah, I've spent a lot of my scholarly career arguing that the influence of John Locke and the Enlightenment and the American founding is vastly overstated. And there's a variety of ways you can get at this. One of my favorite things to do, and it's done by others, I'm drafting off them, is to look at who's reading Locke and what they're reading. Locke isn't even an American until about the 17 teens, when a bulky 3-volume edition of his works shows up. And there it's mostly in university libraries, and people are pretty much only reading his essay on human understanding and discussing that. The Letter on Toleration gets some play in the First Great Awakening in the 1730s. Really, no one's talking about the Second Treatise of Government until you get to the 1770s, and we're in the midst of the imperial crisis where they're appealing to this. But you don't need to go to Locke for any justification of this, because within Reformed communities, going back to Calvin, but then certainly Knox and Ponet and Rutherford and others, you have this really robust development of a resistance ideology that is alive and well long before Locke wrote the Second Treatise. And you even have some great quotations by people like John Adams saying things like, well, I disagree with Luther and Calvin and Melanchthon on the metaphysical specifics, talking about theology, but without them the revolution never would have occurred. So frankly, and Locke can, of course, be read in different ways, and I've read some of the literature on this. I'm just not all that interested in Locke because I think his influence is fairly minimal in the American founding.
One thing I might also mention in that respect, to my mind, the first full comprehensive account of natural law and the natural rights doctrine of the founding that you see in North America, at least to my understanding, is from the Puritan minister John Wise in, I think it's 1717 or maybe in 1707, the Vindication of the Church Governments of New England. And he develops this account of natural law, of equality that we would recognize in the Declaration of Independence or other formative documents from the founding era. And to my knowledge, to my recollection, Wise does not quote Locke at all. His source for much of this, to the extent that he quotes somebody or cites somebody, is Samuel Pufendorf. And so there's this account of natural law, this account of the moral foundations of government that's incorporated there in these thinkers that are emerging in Europe in the 17th and 18th century. And of course, John Locke himself is writing in this Christian context, right? People love to quote the second treatise of government. The first treatise of government is devoted to this theological question of what is the right to rule? And what does Christianity have to say about this question of the right to rule? And Locke there is arguing against Fillmore and the patriarchal account that rule is inherited from the father, right? But Locke is giving an alternative Christian approach to that. And so there's this interesting Christian foundation here that emerges before what people tend to think of as the Enlightenment, right? The French Enlightenment or things like that seem to be occurring later on. It's, I think, difficult to put all those things under this umbrella of Enlightenment.
And, I'd also just toss in that all of these writers, you want to look at Locke, look at Marx, they're post-Christian in a way that they are not post-Confucian or post-Vedic or post-Islamic. Okay, I mean, you can't, they can talk down the parts of Christianity that they dislike, but in fact, the parts of Christian society is just so embedded within them. It's the platform in which everything that they're doing works. Things are coming through. Tom Holland wrote a great book called Dominion, and he basically shows that pretty much every category of discussion we have, whether you think of it as Christian or anti-Christian or secular, every category of our discourse comes out of the church at some point or another.
So in the earlier session, I made a kind of provocative comment about how difficult it is to make a unified theory of the American founding or the political thought of the founding. And this Locke question is an example of this. While it could be the case that the second treatise is overstated, I think it's also the case that Americans were citing him quite early. I think Craig Urish in his book says that, for example, Connecticut clergy were quoting him on conquest as early as the 1720s with respect to native land claims, for example. That raises, I guess, a larger question. That is trying to think about, say, representativeness. If you take out, say Jefferson, and you take out Madison and the syllogism, what's left of the syllogism afterwards? Or what's left of an alternative syllogism, and how much can we do it? It seems like the argument against the wall metaphor is way better than the argument against the second part of the syllogism. Because the second part of the syllogism, whether or not Jefferson and Madison equal the founding, leads you to some really interesting questions, because that means, a lot's going to hang on James Wilson or John Adams or Roger Sherman, and that leads to really, really, tricky problems. So I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
So this question really gets at my entire scholarly career, which has been trying to expand the discussion. So I've done that in a couple of different ways, and I'm just telling you my experience. There's others I can point to that have done excellent work. So for instance, I've written individual books on James Wilson and Roger Sherman. That's one way to get at it. I've co-edited 3 different books that profiles about 32 founders. And so again, that's so Jefferson, Madison, these guys are included in those books, but then you get well beyond that to get to your Oliver Ellsworth and Patrick Henry and John Jay and this sort of thing. And then I use this metaphor, the students don't get it, but I edited a phone book size collection of primary source documents coming out of the American founding called the Sacred Rights of Conscience, primarily from the early colonies to the early republic. And one of the things we're trying to do, I actually had a chance to do this once. I went through every high school text I could get my hands on and looked at how they treated religious liberty in America. And almost all of them just drew a straight line: Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Virginia experience, First Amendment. And part of my life's goal is to make people understand there's a lot more going on than that. And if we want to have a full and accurate account of religion, of religious liberty, of church-state relations from the American founding, we just have to turn our eyes from a Madison and Jefferson, as important and influential and interesting as they are, and look at the broader constellation. Some of this has to do with my understanding of documents. So there are some scholars who believe you can understand the Declaration of Independence just by thinking really hard and studying Thomas Jefferson really, really hard. And I think that's a mistake. I think Jefferson was the primary initial drafter, but there was a committee of 5 that made changes. And then the Congress made something like 80 changes to Jefferson, the draft that came out of committee. And so I think we have to understand a document like the Declaration of Independence as a product of a community, and look broadly at what this community understood. For instance, to give you a real obvious cash out of this, there are some scholars that would say, well, obviously the God of the Declaration is nature, because Jefferson was a deist and didn't believe in a traditional conception of God. And that might be right with respect to Jefferson, but with respect to almost everyone else that had a hand in drafting the Declaration, the creator is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, a God that is absolutely interested in and intervening in human affairs.
I think even if you want to focus on Jefferson, I mean, one of the things that people don't talk about, there's a book called the Jefferson Bible. Okay? What Jefferson did was, Jefferson was not a classic Christian. He went into the Gospels and he just pulled out all the miracles. And what he's left with is the life and morals of Jesus of Nazareth. So when I talk about there being an objective, biblically based morality, that's it.
So I probably should have asked this question at the earlier panel when we were talking about Locke's influence, but since it's been brought up again, do we only ascertain influence through quotations or for instance, Locke, right? Like Locke, the Bible and Montesquieu are quoted more than Locke, statistically, right? But for instance, Trenchard and Gordon are strongly smuggling in Lockean arguments, and Cato's letters are quoted by more than anyone in the early period. They both quote Locke, and then they appropriate Locke at that time. And then being a Franklin scholar, Franklin famously never tells you who he's quoting, but he's stealing from everyone. So you have to go through all the primary sources, right, to compare. So how, is it fair to say Locke has minimal influence, like the right to revolution, that is clearly a Locke, at least it's articulated in a Lockean manner. And I certainly think that would be highly influential, right, to the founding. So yeah, just to formulate as a question is, how would you say we should judge or evaluate influence?
So I guess I would say you're right, that you have to be far more comprehensive. You have to get after things. You can't just look for references to Locke's name. You can look for ideas and so forth and so on. But I think that is part of the story, right, that you would want to say. If someone is, one of the worst books I've ever read argues that really the founders were influenced by Spinoza. And then he goes on to say, well, there's no evidence that anyone ever referred to Spinoza or said Spinoza or had Spinoza in their library. But look, this idea is similar to that idea. It's just a horrible argument. I would kind of make that argument in reverse. So John Calvin, for instance, in the last edition of the Institutes of the Christian Religion, 1559, is crystal clear that inferior magistrates may properly resist a superior magistrate who becomes a tyrant. But he limits it to inferior magistrates. But then there's 3 times after that where he actually speculates in a commentary and a couple letters, well, maybe the people themselves could do this. Even as Calvin is finishing this up, you have John Knox up in Scotland saying, no, the people themselves have a duty to resist tyrants. And this is developed by Goodman and Ponet and Rutherford, a whole host of folks. And of course, you have a flippin' English Civil War before Locke ever publishes the second treatise, right? So I think these ideas, and all of them, government by the consent of the governed, the idea of individuals as rights bearers, limited government, the right to resist tyrannical authority, I think this is alive and well in reformed communities, which then are 50 to 75% of Americans in the late 18th century. And so to my way of thinking, I think an excellent case can be made that these, what we oftentimes refer to as Lockean ideas, were alive and well long before Locke ever published the second treatise, and they were transmitted in ways other than Locke. Locke is certainly plagiarized plagiarized by Jefferson, which would be another way to get at things, right? We know he's plagiarizing Jefferson. There are some references to the second treatise in the 1770s. It's interesting, though, the second treatise more or less disappears in American discourse until the 1930s. So again, I think just generations of political scientists, mostly, I'll mostly blame them, that's my background, have overemphasized Locke. And so if I try to push him far down a bit, that's maybe my reaction to that, to get people to think about other sources of these ideas.
Thank you all very much for your talk. So we're talking about religion and the founding, but the concept of civilization keeps kind of bubbling up in part of this, and I think obviously the question of religion is integral to that. But I've got I'm not exactly clear. So I mostly want to get your guys' opinions on this. What would you call a civilization? Dr. Abramson gave us a sort of a historical narrative of Western civilization, but what is Western civilization, if you could define it for us?
I think the political science literature actually goes into definitions of civilization. Huntington did a good job when he talks about a clash of civilizations. I don't recall the formal notion, but I mean, it is a very large grouping of people that cohere over some set of ideas and institutions and cultural beliefs. And I don't know, I defer to our political scientists to come up with a more formal and technical definition, but that's how I think about it.
That sounds good to me. Okay. It really does.
I have one very brief question for Dr. Hall. You mentioned that George Washington's favorite biblical verse was Micah 4:4. What is that verse? Is that swords into plowshares?
Yeah, that is. It gives me an excuse to read a quotation, which I love. The letter to the Hebrew congregation in Newport, Rhode Island, which you referenced, I love. It's a beautiful letter. Here's how that letter concludes. May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercy scatter light and not darkness in our paths, and make us all in our several vocations useful here, and in his own due time and way everlastingly happy. There are 7 separate citations or quotations of the Hebrew scriptures in that little paragraph alone, including this business about the vine and the fig tree, which is Micah 4:4, which makes sense, right? It's an eschatological image of someone, and this would really appeal to a man of war, I think, being able to just sit in safety under his own vine in fig tree, private property and sustenance, right?
Wonderful. I think that is all the time we have. So thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to our excellent panelists here.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
president of New College of Florida, and I'm happy to welcome you to our campus on beautiful Sarasota Bay as we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the ideas, principles, and people that have shaped our nation for the past 250 years. It's also an opportunity to look ahead and consider the responsibility each generation shares in preserving freedom, expanding opportunity, and strengthening our country. At New College, we are proud to be a part of this historic national celebration. As Florida's honors college, we believe one of academia's highest purposes is to study history thoughtfully, explore enduring ideas, encourage meaningful dialogue, and prepare the next generation for lives of citizenship and principled leadership. Made possible through support from the U.S. Department of Education and the Florida Board of Governors America 250 Initiative, this lecture series brings together 14 members of our distinguished faculty. Through their scholarship and teaching, they will explore the historical, philosophical, political, and constitutional foundations of the American story, inviting you to engage with the ideas that have shaped our nation and continue to influence its future. The pursuit of knowledge begins with curiosity. It grows through thoughtful inquiry, civil discourse, and a willingness to engage ideas with rigor, humility, and respect. These traditions have shaped great universities for generations, and they remain essential to the values of New College. Whether you're joining us from here in Florida or from somewhere else across this extraordinary country, thank you for celebrating with us. We hope these conversations deepen your appreciation for our nation's history and inspire thoughtful participation in America's next chapter. From all of us here at New College of Florida, thank you for joining us, and happy Independence Day.
Dr. Arevalo is a professor of politics and education who has taught at Hillsdale College, University of Dallas, and Florida State University. He currently serves as the Executive Vice Chancellor in the Division of Florida Colleges at the Florida Department of Education.
Thank you, Dr. Wheatland, for that kind introduction, and thank you all for your patience. We were held up a bit, so bear with us. You're here for the long haul, so I hear. I want to talk a little bit about laws in education during the American founding. There's a notion among some scholars, I'm sure none in this crowd, that the American founders didn't really care about education much. But I think, as my talk hopefully will show, and several other presentations during the conference, that view is gravely mistaken. They cared greatly. And their thoughts on education really flowed from their political theory. I know you all are probably well-versed. I mean, you've had a couple talks already about the American founding, and so you've probably heard a little bit about what their theory was, but at the risk of being repetitive, I want to briefly outline what that political theory was, because I'm going to refer back to it throughout the rest of my talk. And it's, if we're talking about laws on education, we ought to know a little bit about the theory that put in place those laws. So the purpose of government, according to the founding, was laid out by lots of foundational documents, but I want to refer to a couple of the early state constitutions that summarize this pretty well. So the Constitution of Massachusetts says that the end of government is to secure the existence of the body politic, to protect it, and to furnish the individuals who compose it with the power of enjoying in safety and tranquility their natural rights and the blessings of life. So to secure the existence of the body politic, protect it. The Virginia Constitution, one of the first Virginia Constitution, says something similar. It says, government is or ought to be instituted for the common benefit, protection, and security of the people, nation, or community. So again, this emphasis on security, protection. This view of government is summarized in the most famous founding document of all, the Declaration of Independence. The country is established to secure these rights. Governments are established to secure these rights. As a secondary objective, of course, it's to promote a happiness or common benefit, but these objectives are subordinate to that protection. All that a government does should relate in some way to this original end. And so this begs the question, well, should the government have anything to do with education? I mean, what does education have to do with protecting people, if that's the primary role of government? And this is where some scholars say, oh no, this is exactly the view of the purpose of government from the view of the founding, and therefore the founders didn't want government involved in education. They didn't really care that much about it. Libertarians often take this position, that government and education should not have almost anything to do with each other, or nothing to do with each other. So I hope to refute that view in this talk. I want to talk a little bit about why I'm going to talk about laws on education. There are some other speakers throughout this. I think one of my panelists, Dr. Kirwan, as well as Janet Richards, who you'll hear from tomorrow, they're going to speak about some of the most prominent founders and their views on education. I'm going to take a more boots on the ground approach, looking at the laws. I think the laws capture what the people on the ground really thought about education. And so this is the best reflection of what the founding generation as a generation thought, not what a couple of the brightest lights of that generation thought. So the first thing to note is that these laws, the founders all thought that education was a political institution. So the two were intertwined, and that government should play a role in the encouragement of education. This view goes all the way back to Aristotle, who in Book A of the Politics said, the legislator must make education, the education of the young, his object above all. So Aristotle in the Politics thought education and legislation went hand in hand. And the same idea is reflected in a 1787 charter of Pittsburgh School that states, the education of the youth ought to be the primary object with every government. It was the duty of governments to care for and promote education, both liberal and mechanical. Education is the first and foremost arena where the most important political concerns came to the fore. And I should note, when I say political concerns or politics, what I mean here is much more than the particular controversies that happen in the political arena of the day. Fundamentally, politics is about the communal decisions about what is right and wrong, just and unjust, advantageous and disadvantageous. What we ought to do and why. And this can be as broad as, what is murder, what constitutes murder versus self-defense, or as particular as should the city of Sarasota sign a municipal contract with a particular vendor? So obviously what is politics involves the controversies of the day, but it goes far beyond that. So with this view, you can begin to see why politics and education might go hand in hand. Well, the first question that this being established, the first question that the founders actually needed to establish is, all right, well, what are the aims of education? What, from the perspective of government, what should government aim for when it encourages education? So this is a question of ends, and that's what I'm going to focus on in this presentation. I'm not going to focus on the means of education. How to do education? Some of my panelists, I'm sure, might discuss the means. But I want to focus on the ends. What do they aim at in educating a people? So I'm going to argue that there's three main ends from the perspective of government for education during the time of the founding. So first and foremost, they aimed to make citizens safe for society. Second, they aimed to cultivate patriotism and devotion to Republican ideals. And third, they aimed to encourage virtue, morality, and religion. And these second and third aims both relate to the first pretty directly. So the first aim, making citizens safe for society. So going back to that foundational idea, I'm obviously going back to the foundational idea of government, that according to the political theory of the American founding, the government had the responsibility of protecting its citizens, and the first, or one of the primary ways of doing this is by making citizens safe to live with each other. All right? And you know, this might seem a little bit odd or paternalistic, but the founders had a really realistic view of human nature. They knew that man without civilization, without society, tends to be savage, that he needed to be taught how to act well. He needed to be civilized. There's a founding era act confirming allotments towards a charitable school in Pennsylvania that lays out this idea. It says, when education is neglected, poorly handled, or entrusted to dangerous and disaffected men, then children may end up troubling the peace of society, shaking the government, and often causing tumult, sedition, and bloodshed. Right, so the people without an education are the causes of sedition, tumult, and bloodshed. A charter from the University of Georgia connected the order in the minds of citizens to order in society. It says, the people's public prosperity and even existence very much depends upon suitably forming the minds and morals of citizens. When the minds of the people are, in general, viciously disposed and unprincipled, and their conduct disorderly, a free government will be attended with greater confusions and evils more horrid than the wild, uncultivated state of nature. It can only be happy where the public principles and opinions are properly directed and their manners regulated. So a citizen that is well educated is less likely to turn to criminal pursuits in order to make a living, and is more likely to be able to maintain himself and contribute in some positive way towards the needs of his fellow citizens. States, therefore, regularly funded poor schools all over the original 13 states. Some states, such as Virginia and South Carolina, banned lotteries, but they allowed an exception to finance educational institutions. So they thought better to have citizens involved in this minor vice, gambling or lottery system, than to have an unfunded education system. States apply the same notion to external threats too. The Pennsylvania legislature paid for the education of Native Americans so that when a Native American was educated, he might return to his tribe to disseminate the rudiments of useful knowledge among the Indians who reside in or near Pennsylvania, and to make them more amenable to their neighbors. So here we can kind of clearly see that this aim of protecting citizens, making them safe for each other, and even protecting those who surrounded the original 13 states was at the foundation of the funding and encouragement of education. Flowing from this, the founders aimed to encourage patriotism and attachment to Republican principles. So respect for the rule of law requires loyalty to the regime, and so the founders aimed to instill a public patriotic spirit. Many laws and institutions were chartered with the aim of instilling in the people this public spirit, this patriotic public spirit. So for example, a law in Virginia bid the trustees of Hampton-Sydney Academy, Hampton-Sydney, by the way, still exists today. It's now a college. And this law bid Hampton-Sydney to ensure that the teachers, quote, preserve in the minds of the students a sacred love and attachment to the principles of the glorious revolution. Similarly, a 1789 Act on Education from Massachusetts encouraged Harvard University to teach students the principles upon which the Republican Constitution is structured. So Harvard had been a wellspring of patriotism. Many of the founders were educated there, and the state was relying on Harvard to strengthen other institutions in the state, to be that foundation for patriotic spirit. Down south in Georgia, they were conscious that political ideas espoused in other countries could pose a threat to the United States. And so therefore they enacted a law that temporarily stripped political rights from anyone under 16 who was, quote, sent abroad without the limits of the United States and resided there for 3 years for the purpose of receiving an education under a foreign power. So in other words, if you studied abroad and you came back, there was a danger that you might pick up principles that were against that patriotic spirit. And you might have been, looked at aristocratic or monarchical government in Europe and said, oh, that actually makes a lot more sense than this Republican experiment that the Americans are running here. And so they would be excluded from being able to vote or hold office until they spent some time back in their state reacclimating themselves to the principles of the country. In the wake of the revolution, there were obviously those who didn't follow along with the revolution, the Tories. And these were often punished by land confiscation. And a lot of that land was put to use re-educating the country. So Virginia and Pennsylvania endowed several schools that had been with this land. And there was also concern that people who had been Tories would slip into the education system and teach children anti-American or anti-Republican ideas. So in order to guard against this, most states required educators in both public and private institutions to take oaths of loyalty to the state. Maryland, in particular, was preoccupied with stamping out Toryism. When a free school in St. Anne's County, in Queen Anne's County, neglected to have its administrators take this state oath, the General Assembly assigned it a permanent visitor to inspect it, administer the oaths, and ensure loyalty. In Virginia, students who graduated from academies, this is kind of the equivalent of high school, were required to take oaths of loyalty as well, as a prerequisite for graduation. Another charter school in Virginia laid out the requirement that, quote, in order to preserve in the minds of the students that sacred love and attachment to the principles of the glorious revolution, the greatest care and caution shall be used in electing such professors and masters to the end that no person shall be elected unless the uniform tenor of his conduct manifests to the world his sincere affection for the liberty and independence of the United States of America. So these requirements, again, reveal the link between education and the duty of state governments to ensure that citizens are protected. We can't have seditious students are running around, and therefore we can't have seditious professors teaching those students. So educational institutions were seen as the primary means whereby the founding principles that created and united the country could be entrusted to the next generation. The third aim of education, again, flows pretty naturally and easily from this, the promotion of morality and Christian virtue. George Washington said in his farewell address that of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports. In vain would that man claim to the tribute of patriotism who should labor to subvert these great pillars of human happiness, these firmest props of the duties of men and citizens. So these requirements for Republican government were promoted in many state educational laws. To this end, Massachusetts directed schoolmasters to instill in students' minds a sense of piety, as well as other virtues such as courage and industriousness. Children learn from good example. To this end, the states wanted to ensure that the teachers were models of virtue. So several New England states required teachers to reside in the school district, or at least have a minister or someone holding public office give a recommendation. This is the kind of the origin of letters of recommendation. It's a testament to their good character. In Connecticut, selectmen, kind of early members of city council, they were empowered to inspect schools and interrogate teachers to ensure that they were providing direction to the students in knowledge, religion, and good manners. So these state inspectors were not exclusive to New England. Georgia also established a board of visitors to supervise educational institutions and provide that same inspection, kind of a statewide office. Some legislators even required trustees to be Christian, with the idea that a Christian is less likely to be lack virtue. This would help ensure that Christian morals were exemplified and taught, and in turn would cultivate virtue and morality in the students, contributing to the security of natural rights. This also applied to endowments. Those states gave very generously in property or monetary support at the foundation and maintenance of educational institutions. They often limited the amount of property an educational institution could own. And the purpose of these limitations seems to have been to prevent the unnecessary opulence or the inordinate accumulation of property. So this would help ensure that institutions remain true to their original mission instead of focusing on the accumulation of property, which is something that actually did happen in Europe at educational and monastic institutions in Europe. So to prevent this, they said an institution can only own so many acres of land, or the equivalent of so many dollars in property. So to bring this to a close, because I'm sure my fellow panelists are itching to come up here and flesh out what I'm laying out here. I want to bring this back to the theme that we're celebrating at this conference. These three ends of education have often been excised from our public educational institutions. But in this semi-quincentennial, we have an excellent opportunity for their recovery. In our day, many institutions provide something of an education that aims at employment, but they overblow that expectation somewhat by aiming that, or by preaching that everyone's going to be a leader, right? This has contributed partially to bring about a shortage of American-born plumbers, carpenters, welders, and it's led certain industries to bring in people from abroad to work when they can't find local native-born workers. And so this is something that I think we can work on. The educational institutions of the founding certainly aim to provide employment, kind of useful skills, as a primary objective to prevent the students during the founding from going on the dole, going on welfare. And yet today we have something like 20% of American citizens on welfare. So here in Florida, they've placed a very heavy emphasis on workforce education. And that's borne a lot of fruit. And I think that's something that the founders in this vein would have encouraged. Our institutions also ought to encourage real patriotism. There are many ways to do this, but just to name a couple, we should provide to our students examples of those who have loved their country and sacrificed for it. I think this morning you all attended a talk on George Washington. That's a primary or a prime example of someone who sacrificed for his country. But we should bring others, in as a way of modeling to our students what real patriotism looks like. The second recommendation is that our students should spend some time looking at the anthems and symbols of our national life. So we should, in our classroom, spend time dwelling on the poetic lyrics of the America the Beautiful or the Battle Hymn of the Republic, the reasons why the Pledge of Allegiance was adopted, the symbolism and the roots of the Great Seal of the United States, and how Columbia, Lady Liberty, and Uncle Sam came to be visual embodiments of our people and its traditions. Finally, there's nothing that would prevent public schools from encouraging virtue, even piety. We ought to have piety and reverence towards things that are greater than us. And so our public institutions ought to exist to encourage virtuous American citizens. And unless they're accomplishing that, really they are failing our students and our nation. So this celebration of our semi-quincentennial has really provided a prime opportunity to renew these ideals and bring them to the fore as a part of a renewal in education. Thank you.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
Teachers, we invite you to become a Liberty Fellow at New College of Florida. This professional development opportunity is for educators in grades 5 through 12. NCF invites you to explore the ideas and principles that shaped our nation and strengthen the habits of liberty and self-governance in your classroom. Participating teachers may receive a $1,000 stipend and earn professional education credits by completing at least 80% of the program and committing to 1 year of the program at a time. Connect with scholars and peers, build a network of up to 50 colleagues per year, and access digital learning material designed for use in your classroom. To learn more, visit us at ncf.edu/A250-apply or scan the QR code to apply today. Join me in falling in love with America again.
Thank you so much for your excellent panel. Dr. Driscoll, this question is for you. In your talk on Locke, you mentioned the idea that there can be such a thing as too much of liberty. I want to draw, it seems to me, that the problem is the lack of authority in the state of nature. That when you have this realm of total freedom, there isn't agreement about what the good of man is or what happiness is. If there were, how would you have war and conflict? So it seems like there is this moment of freedom, or you might say total freedom, that exists prior to society. How do you, isn't there a problem if you say, like, there's someone who represents reason as such, or has the knowledge of good as such, and there's disagreement on that point? How should we think about that question or that problem in light of?
So maybe I can try to restate what I take to be your question, which is, so the reason Locke says in the second treatise that you exit the state of nature is because it's unstable, because individuals disagree or come into conflict when they're trying to pursue their own ends. And so the presumption would seem to be then that we need to establish some sort of authority that will set limits to those things. And so then the question is something of, what is there a tension between one who gets to decide what the common good is, rather than, and is it definitive that individuals have to give up their own pursuit of the good life as they understand it in forming this compact? Is that what I take to be your basic theme? Yeah. So I think there's a couple of ways to get at that question. The primary answer for Locke, I think, comes in that same chapter, in chapter 9 of the two treatises, second treatise, where he says, he gives this reason for why men exit the state of nature, which is that nature lacks the powers of government. There's no known legislation, there's no promulgated law, there's no enforcement, there's no independent judiciary. But at the end of that section, he says that while this may seem like a lack of liberty, the uncertainty of the natural condition is such that you don't actually get to enjoy your liberty anyway. In some respects, there's a sort of one could make a kind of analogy between Locke's argument there and the argument that Professor Habib mentioned from Montesquieu, which is the feeling of one's own security is lacking in the state of nature. And so when the individuals form the social compact, Locke says they do so with an intention to be better off than they currently are. That in some respect, that there's a lack of freedom in maybe this ultimate sense of the sort of total autonomy to do as you wish, but that's not ultimately better. So there could be, Locke is trying to argue that for the most part, for most people, civilization is going to provide a better way of life than unmitigated freedom in the state of nature. This does, though, cause a potential problem for people who may not be satisfied by society. Who may, to use Lincoln's phrase, or the family of the lion and the tribe of the eagle. Those are people who may not be satisfied by this program. That being said, Locke is firmly of the opinion that reason, properly understood, would point us in the direction of using our liberty in the ways he says. So the point of natural law is that these sort of things that we hold in common, that everybody wants their property, everyone wants to enjoy their freedom, and everyone wants to be secured in their life and enjoy their ability to associate with others, that's a sufficient reason to give up a certain degree of autonomy in that respect.
Can I? So Dr. Lippincott asked the question that I think goes to the heart of Montesquieu's contribution to Locke's project. So Book 11 and Book 12 in the Spirit of the Laws have to be read together, and they address your very question. And the title of Book 11 is On the Laws That Form Political Liberty in relation to the Constitution. And then in chapter 12, on the laws that form political liberty in relation to the citizen. Unlike Locke, Montesquieu does not look at liberty outside of a constitution, ever. And the reason why Montesquieu would say the state of nature quickly devolves into a state of war is that there is no there's no separation of powers. Locke gets there eventually. And so when he defines, he being Montesquieu, what liberty is, he says that in a state, in an actual state, not in a state of nature, That is, in a society where there are laws, liberty can only consist in having the power to do what one would want to do and in no way being constrained to do what one should not want to do. So, in other words, Montesquieu thinks I can get you Locke's ends: prosperity, protection of rights, the pursuit of happiness, the pursuit of property, but you can't do it beginning with an abstract principle about a liberty that exists outside of a constitutional order. Does that sort of address the question? No. Okay.
All right. Next question.
So this question's, thank you for everybody for your presentation. This question is primarily for Mr. Habib. So France has this incredible philosopher, Montesquieu, who clearly points out that liberty no longer is where you no longer have arbitrary abuse. He lays out the, separation of powers. He puts a huge emphasis on independent jury. Why did they have such inability to figure this out in the French Revolution?
Yeah, by the time, so the Spirit of the Laws has a running commentary on what's going on in France. It's subtle because he did critique a lot of what Louis XIV had done. In fact, it was a chapter originally in this book on the Romans that he withdrew because it was too obviously critical of France. And what was he critical of? The centralization of government. And so he withdrew it, and it's only recently been translated into English. It's called On Universal Monarchy in Europe. And if you read the Spirit of the Laws, you can see what he's getting at anyway. When he looks at England, it's a foil to what's not happening in France. And so in a way, you can see that the Spirit of the Laws is already predicting something like a French Revolution, and it's a warning to his contemporaries that there's way too much centralization. And then he ends his discussions on England warning the English that they could too go down that path. Because England, he says, and so quite often when you read big names on Montesquieu, they say England is his perfect model. That's not really true, because in at least two places he warns that England is already starting to show signs that it's weakening its intermediary powers, that England already is allowing the nobility to engage in commerce and undermining hereditary nobility. Montesquieu thinks a good constitutional republic should have a hereditary nobility that does not engage in commerce, but England is drifting in that potential direction. So he thinks England in his sort of romanticized version of it is far better than France, but France is heading down that path of potentially having a revolution. And so he, I think, foreshadows it in many ways. It was too far gone, too much centralization.
In what ways has our country developed too much centralization or?
Yeah, well, I would say that the biggest problem from Montesquieu's point of view would be the administrative state. Montesquieu's separation of powers, as he says in Book 11, is ambition checking ambition. It has to be accountable. It has to be elected. It has to be able to be recalled. And the problem with the administrative state is it starts to resemble the administrative state in Tocqueville's book on the French Revolution, where you start to see France essentially developing something like an administrative state run out of Versailles, where local political liberty is essentially non-existent. And what ends up happening is you have a generation of citizens who are no longer self-governing. By the time they've been stripped of any kind of freedom and the only game in town is an administration that has no direct relation to ruling, in that book, Tocqueville says the French started embracing wild, radical ideas that were completely disconnected from reality. And so the fanatic character of the French Revolution grew out of people who had lost their local liberty. In America, in its founding, never had that problem. But you can see political extremism arising today because people feel that they're being ignored by politics, and it doesn't seem like representative government is really representing the consent of the governed. And again, Montesquieu in the same Book 11 says the most dangerous branch of government to ever be corrupt is the legislative branch. If the legislative branch refuses to legislate and be held accountable for laws that they introduce and pass, whether through the judiciary or through its own representatives, he says, then you will soon have an administrative state and have a despotism. And sadly, I think that's probably it's not a fault of the founding, it's the fault of rejecting the founding and introducing something like an administrative state. Montesquieu would say that this would be a very dangerous development in the American country.
In relation to your point about the decline of Rome based on its proclivity to empire, one could also make the same argument of America's national security state.
Oh, no
Which
question.
is, run away and unaccountable on the same grounds as the administrative state, but explicitly in the ways that Montesquieu says are problematic.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I mean, I don't know what grades you're teaching or if you do cover Montesquieu. All you need is just the first half of this book, just to see how a government is going to fulfill its principle, no matter what. So if its principle is constant war, it's going to become a military empire. And the problem is there's no way to check such a thing. That's the story of ancient Rome. Once it fulfilled the promise of its own principle, it became an empire, it became basically a military despotism. The principle directing you towards liberty, constitutional liberty, he thinks that there would be checks and there would be commerce, but it would be always in the service of making sure that the government branches are never corrupted by special interest. And he does mention, I know, but that I think is a scary development as well, what Mike just said.
We would need a revolt to insist on congressional term limits, possibly.
Yeah, no, I'd like that. Yeah, no argument there.
This question is for Dr. Habib as well, and it's kind of building on what you were just speaking about. It definitely seems like you're talking about Rome was not able to scale, and that you were alluding to that it got too big too fast. So I'm curious about how you feel about our current state as a nation, and do you think that we have unity of vision, which they seem to be lacking to a certain degree, and they couldn't define a citizen anymore? How do you think that relates to our current citizenship test? And then the whole continual warfare, do you propose more of an isolationism policy?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the tricky thing with Montesquieu is there's infinite qualifications to virtually everything he says. So in the book on the Romans, that kind of multiculturalism, for lack of a better phrase, was problematic to Rome because it did not have the scalable constitution to ensure that a diversity of thought and vision wouldn't end up cannibalizing itself. When you look at England, he says they can have religious toleration and religious freedom because the Constitution was set up to allow that kind of civic religion. And he says there you can have exactly what Rome couldn't have because its Constitution was directed at decentralizing public opinion, decentralizing any kind of religious or political authority. So the solution for Montesquieu is a constitution whose sole end and purpose is liberty. And he defines liberty as the conviction that the laws can never be used arbitrarily, but it's contingent on vigilant citizenship. He wants there to be active participation. He welcomes parties. He welcomes factions in the same way that the Federalists do. They don't want to squash factions, but they want to control their effects. They're deriving this from those chapters. And he says there, various opinions always keep your skin in the game, because if the balance of power shift at any time, then people could potentially lose what they deem to be liberty. For Montesquieu, this is actually a healthy mindset. The one thing that he warns about is that, unlike the ancient world, commerce now is the sinews of war. So in the book on the Romans, he says the Romans were able to reverse engineer Carthaginian ships because they were so primitive. But in the modern world, you need an economy to be able to have a modern military. But you can't have an economy if you don't have a constitution of liberty, because the other danger is the kind of economy Carthage had. And he says it was crony capitalism and it was predatory, and it was really special interest inside Carthage. So on the outside, it looks like a commercial republic. As you go through the book, you realize it actually wasn't a commercial republic. It was a republic that was governed by oligarchs. It was oligarchic, and the constitution there served only those who were in power. So by the time you see England in the context of modern commerce. Commerce in England, he says, they always put national interest and national sovereignty first. So he praises tariffs and protectionism. Now, Montesquieu recognizes that war is an inevitable and ugly part of politics, but he thinks that the best way to win modern wars is if you have the commercial industry capable of engaging war. We're no longer Rome. We can't, it's not easy to reverse engineer nuclear weapons. There are some parts of the world now that are starting to realize that their economic and political house are not designed for that. So they're fighting with primitive weapons against a mighty country that can have a military industry. With respect to citizenship, Montesquieu does think there are some limits, obviously, and he does think that England is a unique people. He does think that the kind of diversity that they do have, nevertheless, is anchored in the fundamental belief in their constitution. Where it becomes dangerous, like Rome, is when you no longer believe. It's John Jay. We share a common language, we share common acceptance of the political principles. If you get to the point where there's just no agreement anymore on what those are, if it gets to the point where you have demagoguery and trying to do an end run around the Constitution, then you have that balkanization where you can't even define what a citizen is anymore. But England could always, at that point, America in its early period knew exactly what an American citizen was and was not. But when you get this big and when you have an administrative state and then people are not held accountable and you don't have representation, then you're replicating the problems of Rome at a massive scale.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentations today. Now, all of you were referencing primary sources in your presentations, whether it was Thomas Jefferson's letters, John Locke, or Montesquieu, and many of us gathered here today are educators of various levels, whether it's elementary school, middle school, high school, or even college. And many of us might be struggling with students, especially when it comes to reading primary sources. So I was wondering if you had any advice on how we as educators can teach philosophical documents that shaped the American founding. So do you have any strategies or advice on how we can engage students with these more difficult but influential texts?
I try to teach the Federalist to undergraduates year after year. I've done it for 25 years. They've gotten worse. They hate it more. It's gotten to be more and more of a challenge. I don't have a solution for it other than assign shorter and shorter passages and get them to develop the muscle memory, the muscle ability sooner. So I would say for high school teachers, incredibly short passages are necessary. And like in this case, the paragraph in the letter to Lee and the letter to Waitman, they're incredibly rich and they're also very different. And what they say about the American Revolution, and so they invite speculation on what the American Revolution is or was. So things like that I think would be the way to do it, but it's hard.
I think actually, as a former student of Dr. Habib's, he does this very well. One of the probably one of the advantages, maybe piggybacking off of Dr. Bailey, is that you take those passages, but you should do close readings with students live in class and discuss the meaning of the passages. If you walk a student through some of this language, it is dense, it is difficult. We're not comfortable with it. As Dr. Bailey said, undergrads are not they're not all that much better, if at all, maybe worse. I've had, we were in a class doing American political thought this semester, and some of the opinions that people took away from primary source documents that are not as difficult as Montesquieu or the Federalist, but were interesting. So I think there's a virtue to really the way I would think about it, the way I try to think about it with students is I try to just talk about, one is always trying to make things applicable to their daily lives. Obviously we need to teach the historical context, the arguments that were being made, the reasons they were being made, but we should, analogizing it as best we can to something like today, the modern day, might be a useful way. But I'll submit to these guys with more seniority. I'm still a newbie at this.
Yeah, I get this question a lot, actually, at many institutions. It's unfair to use Hillsdale as an example because we get so many self-selected students. They come there precisely because they want to read the American founding. So I have to bracket that. But Hillsdale is not my first academic position. I've taught elsewhere. And I literally just gave a talk in Austin last week and then at a school in Ohio. The same question coming up. Friends of mine who have applied for those positions always get the question from administrators who are hiring, how will you make this interesting to students? So I think you have to first diagnose what's causing the lack of interest. And I think it's because most students are just professionally driven. They want to study pre-professional programs. So here you are introducing Montesquieu and Aristotle, and they're wondering what on earth does this have to do with anything I'm doing? The difficulty of the text can be overcome if the passion for it can first be ignited. And so when I taught at other places where that was just not taken for granted, you know what I mean? Like at Hillsdale, you can just assume almost every student in there is dying to get to the US Constitution course for whatever reason. What I've always used to do was just motivate the interest in it by painting a picture of the relationship between ideas to their lives. So whether or not there's going to be a job for them out there because of AI, whether or not, during COVID shutdowns, which of course in hindsight none of them liked, you can tell them, was there any consent of the governed when that happened? You have to motivate the importance of self-government. And then when you ask them, do you feel that you have more security now or less than when your parents' generation was growing up? Prospects of owning a home, prospect of actually just expressing free speech. Young students realize that their speech is increasingly being restricted and they hate censorship. By nature, they're rebellious. And so Federalist 9 is the perfect way to begin that and say, well, the founders actually encouraged a very diversity of opinion. They found ways to control that while maintaining a consent of the governed. In other words, I think the challenge for most places today is that humanities and social sciences are under a lot of pressure to keep up with pre-professional programs. And for obvious reasons, schools are expensive. They're going to have debt when they get out. They already sense that their future prospects for employment are probably dwindling. And so you need to show first the urgency of why this country's principles were designed for the pursuit of property, the pursuit of happiness. And if they feel that that's becoming narrower and narrower, then these books and these articles that we teach become that much more interesting and urgent. I found that to be one way to get them interested in the close reading. But if you just start with the close reading, you haven't addressed why they're not interested in general. I don't know if that's helpful. But my first teaching job, everyone was in accounting, and there's nothing wrong with any of those professions, and they just looked at you like, I'm just jumping through hoops. This class, if it wasn't required, I wouldn't even be in here. And so you got to show them the importance of ideas to their lives.
Thank you.
I wanted to piggyback off of another question earlier. You mentioned, Dr. Habib, about one of the factors of the fall of Rome being the multiculturalism and also different gods. How would that factor into the American understanding of religious liberty? And I think you kind of hinted at it with the idea of a constitution being the thing that unites as opposed to a certain religious doctrine, because that was the issue with Europe and
Correct.
All the Protestant Catholic wars was which religion are we going to be united by?
Correct. Yeah. So Montesquieu actually talks about religious freedom, but only in the context of England, because he thinks that if the Constitution is set up to ensure that no citizen has to fear one faction or the other arbitrarily gaining control, because that would then undermine the tranquility of spirit that makes up his definition of liberty. And in the passages on religious liberty in the spirit of the laws, he says even atheists will recognize that they should protect religious liberty, because one day the powers that be will go after incorrect religious views. The next day they'll go after theirs. And so he says, when the Constitution clearly favors the freedom of all and the Constitution, then everybody's invested in protecting the Constitution, even if they don't share the same views. And so, but the problem is, it's not in Book 11. You got to look at the parts where it's in. This is why if you're going to teach it and focus on England, you can't just do it with Book 11, Chapter 6. You got to look at Book 19, Chapter 27. Then you got to look at what he says in Commerce. Pull them all together and pretend it's one book. And there you'll see sort of a coherent take on how in ancient Rome that kind of diversity without a constitution led to its demise, rise of demagoguery, factions. Because there were no nobody was looking at a constitution. According to Montesquieu, they didn't have the imagination to imagine a certain kind of separation of powers and a constitution that was actually serving everybody's interest. But it serves them as long as they promote toleration.
Yeah. Why was England a leader in sort of that religious pluralism that you mentioned? Could it be because of sort of the back and forth that they had with Protestantism versus Catholicism? Yeah. Could it be sort of the via media of Anglicanism? Did that have a factor?
You'll never believe what he attributes to, because I was shocked when I first came across it. Toward the end of Book 11, he says, and by the way, England got its representative form of government from the German tribes who conquered Rome. You're like, what? And because I had the same reaction, and he says, read Tacitus. And this is the very end of Book 11. And there's one other piece that Montesquieu thinks this is absolutely crucial to get. You're not going to get any kind of toleration unless you have indirect representative government. Rome didn't have that. England, he says, developed and refined a tradition that came from the German tribes that had conquered Rome. Now, you can believe it or not. I think it's a little bit exaggerated, but his basic point is that the Germans, who were the object of Tacitus's Germania, were able to conquer the Romans, but they tended to be tribal, but they united when there was a common enemy. If you look at those passages carefully, he describes a confederated republic without saying it. He says they were able to branch out into a large territory, but then because they were so jealous of their freedom, they knew they had to find some kind of capital from which to still govern, but they sent representatives. And he says, there's the origins of our Gothic constitutions. And he says, England was the one that took that and refined it. So the key, this is why Montesquieu is so hard to teach, because everything he says then gets qualified. You can't have that kind of liberty that we were just discussing without an indirect form of government. I think really the Federalists just get it. I mean, I've never read anything in the Federalists that I didn't already see in Montesquieu. I think they're really developing and refining and improving upon Montesquieu.
Thank you.
Yeah. And the reason why you want indirect is because he wants a system in which the laws and the process are impersonal and people don't feel like fanatics can get hold of their government. So if you just leave people a bit removed and have elder statesmen who are elected who can represent, but they're constrained by a separation of powers, it can get you the tranquility of soul that constitutes liberty.
So, first of all, thanks for this panel, and it's a fascinating series of questions. My question is mainly for Professor Bailey and Professor Habib. Both of you have, and it's sort of a pedagogical question, I think, because it involves relating the world of the founders to our world. Professor Bailey referred to the tension between enlightened unanimity on the one hand and diversity on the other. So I'm interested in asking about what that diversity is. And you know, Professor Habib referred to Federalist 9, which deals with this subject as well. Is it, I mean, I guess I would put the question this way. What happens when diversity becomes a rejection of the basis of enlightened unanimity, that is reason? So in other words, when people begin preferring their own story, even if it's conspiratorial, and if that story becomes the basis of a sort of mini culture within the polity, does that, I mean, you could say that the quarrel over slavery involved this as well. I mean, that wasn't diversity of opinion, right? That was a rejection of, at least, you know, in Lincoln's terms, it would be a rejection of reason, the reason that tells you that all men are created equal. But it seems to me that because of, you know, a variety of technological factors like the internet culture, we're heading towards a situation in which rejection of reason is becoming increasingly inviting to large parts of the American culture on various political sides. So does this present I mean, in other words, how would the founders' vision, how would Jefferson's vision in particular help with this, if it still can?
Yeah, so I'll just one sort of technical detail. You might have noticed this in my presentation. I speak less of the political thought of the founding than, say, particular founders. And so I don't know that there's a coherent theory of the founding that is accessible to scholars yet. More work has to get us there, like we're maybe 40 years from that. So just with that caveat, so speaking of Jefferson, so in his second inaugural, he does two things at the same time. He arrives at, let's call it a new libertarian theory of a free press, which would be familiar to us in a sort of post sort of John Stuart Mill world. It took him a while to get there, but this is a rejection of, say, the older Blackstonian notion, which was the basis of the Sedition Act. So he gives this sort of robust theory of a free press on sort of Millian grounds that we would recognize. At the same time, he's a scathing attack on anti-assimilation, sort of nativist Renaissance Indian leaders, who he calls anti-philosophists, who have an interest in convincing people to remain as their creator made them. This is meant to be a connector piece to this really interesting passage on assimilation, but it's also meant to be a direct attack on Federalist clergy and political leaders in Connecticut. And it's heard that way by his audience. Now, I say all this to say this, that in Jefferson, you see the struggle of someone who, on the one hand, was the target of a political, the Washington administration, who did not believe in, say, freedom of legitimate opposition or even freedom of the press in the way that we would take for granted today. And then they tried to persecute, imprison, fine, and worse, dissent. And Jefferson and his party create, a kind of liberty or diversity of thought in response to that. At the same time, Jefferson cannot imagine a world in which reason is not going to lead people to the same conclusion. And so that's why I said that in his view, the Declaration is going to flatten the world. And that is that there is going to be no more like serious religion. There'll be no more Baptists or Muslims or Catholics. We'll all be Unitarians. We'll all be Republicans. We will all live under certain axiomatic principles. And he'd be baffled by the fact that we haven't, right? And so that's, to me, that's the interesting sort of dilemma of thinking through Jefferson's thinking on these questions.
So two things, Montesquieu and Tocqueville. Tocqueville devotes 2 chapters, rarely to any one topic, but he devotes 2 to freedom of press. Today, it would be just freedom of speech. And he thinks that, and he's a student of Montesquieu, that America found a way, unlike Europe, to allow for massive disagreements in the public sphere. And what he liked about America is he said, that, this is a little dated, there's no national news here. This is fantastic. Because all of these different locations have their local opinions expressed in newspapers. There's no restriction on speech. He even says in America, there's so much fake news. I'm not kidding you. He's like, and you would think you want to censor that. He says it has the opposite effect in America. It allows there to be vigilance. It forces you out of just taking anything for granted, and then you can, so today it would be like social media. It's decentralized, and Tocqueville supported it because he thought it was a continuation of the project Montesquieu had envisioned, a constitution of liberty, where there's not only religious toleration, there's also political toleration of competing interests. His fear was that if you centralize speech in any way, shape, or form, this is Tocqueville, and he was an advocate of no censorship whatsoever, no matter how vile, no matter how, I mean, when you read it, it's striking, because you would think, he's like, well, you should censor something, and he says, well, the moment you start censoring, there's no arbitrary place where you could, everything becomes arbitrary as to when you cut off speech. It's exactly what Montesquieu says about freedom of religion. The moment you impinge upon people's freedom of religion, there's no, where do you then stop? And before you know it, you'll have a despotism. And both Montesquieu and Tocqueville believe that there's only 2 regimes where there's uniformity of opinion and there's general tranquility. He says in a despotism, or in a people that have completely lost any political interest whatsoever. Instead, what you want, and here's what makes Montesquieu so interesting, if you want a constitution of liberty, you have to be prepared for a lot of public friction and conflict. And he says it's part of what it means to be actively engaged. So it's not a romantic view of liberty. It is a view where you have, if you like your liberty, you have to extend the same to others. That's part of being free and equal. But it's all contingent on a number of things. You have to have, this is again, not in Book 11, which makes Montesquieu so difficult. At the very beginning, he says that no republic can live and survive if its elections are interfered with. And he gives you ancient examples where they busted somebody interfering, so they brought him into Congress and had him hanged or something like that. They said, and Montesquieu says, now that's how serious they took elections. So you have to have safeguards on elections. You have to make sure that the consent of the governed is actually what's governing. The Federalist, you need an electoral college, you need massive representation. Then you can, then diversity of opinion, no agreement on any, then that's manageable. And in fact, a precondition for maintaining liberty, because it keeps your skin in a game and keeps you vigilant. Both Tocqueville and Montesquieu fear more than anything an apathetic citizenry. And they can grow apathetic in a number of ways. If they just think it doesn't make any difference who you vote for, that's dangerous. If local decisions are being made by an administrative state, that is dangerous. If there's no more ability to express one's views, no matter how obnoxious, whether it's social media or in a news, or if there's the nationalization of public opinion. Tocqueville's fear was then you can have elites manufacturing popular opinion and stripping people of their rights by influencing policy. So I don't look at diversity as a bad thing, and I don't mean it in the general way it's used. I look at it from a classical Republican view. You want that, but you want it channeled through deliberation and process and a separation of powers, because I've lived in parts of the world where there's uniform opinion, i.e. the Middle East, and that's hardly a place you would say is the land of liberty.
I might add just one note. Piggybacking off of what both my co-panelists just mentioned, there is a tendency to view the excesses of social media and the way that it kind of challenges this reason that you're alluding to. But as Dr. Beebe just mentioned, in some respects, the arrival of social media was also a return to a free press, if you wanted to talk about that in a certain way. In the middle of the 20th century, when all communications are coming through cable news, but are regulated by federal communications regulations, there's a certain top-down micromanagement of opinion, which is where you get things like the sort of the take that was mentioned yesterday by Dr. Ellis in 1984 about this kind of groupthink that's promoted. So in some respects, social media could be seen as a way of a breaking of that. But so too, as educators, social media is also a useful way of figuring out what's on people's minds right now. It's sort of like reading a public newspaper. What are the kids talking about? And why is it happening? And so it's actually, it might be a good tool for educators to look into, as much as we ask about some of its other excesses. And then on a point of scholarly contention, Professor Bailey mentions that there's some disagreement about whether or not there's a consistent view in the founding. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my teacher's book on this subject and Dr. Habib's colleague, Thomas West. So in the interest of secondary literature that may be useful to those of you who are teaching the founding, there's a book that West wrote in 2017 called The Political Theory of the American Founding with Cambridge University Press, where he makes explicitly the case that there is at least some consensus in the founding that can be seen and expressed through public documents, such as state constitutions and things like the Northwest Ordinance. So I just put that out there as maybe a resource for those of you who are looking at the founding.
All right, well, thank you very much to our wonderful panelists here. We now have time. Yes, give them a round of applause. We now have a break, and we will resume at 10:30 with our next panel on slavery and National Rights Republic.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
I'm Richard Corcoran, president of New College of Florida, and I'm happy to welcome you to our campus on beautiful Sarasota Bay as we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the ideas, principles, and people that have shaped our nation for the past 250 years. It's also an opportunity to look ahead and consider the responsibility each generation shares in preserving freedom, expanding opportunity, and strengthening our country. At New College, we are proud to be a part of this historic national celebration. As Florida's honors college, we believe one of academia's highest purposes is to study history thoughtfully, explore enduring ideas, encourage meaningful dialogue, and prepare the next generation for lives of citizenship and principled leadership. Made possible through support from the U.S. Department of Education and the Florida Board of Governors America 250 Initiative, this lecture series brings together 14 members of our distinguished faculty. Through their scholarship and teaching, they will explore the historical, philosophical, political, and constitutional foundations of the American story, inviting you to engage with the ideas that have shaped our nation and continue to influence its future. The pursuit of knowledge begins with curiosity. It grows through thoughtful inquiry, civil discourse, and a willingness to engage ideas with rigor, humility, and respect. These traditions have shaped great universities for generations, and they remain essential to the values of New College. Whether you're joining us from here in Florida or from somewhere else across this extraordinary country, thank you for celebrating with us. We hope these conversations deepen your appreciation for our nation's history and inspire thoughtful participation in America's next chapter. From all of us here at New College of Florida, thank you for joining us, and happy Independence Day.
Dr. Miguel Benitez is the Dean of the new Masters in Educational Leadership program at New College of Florida, which will launch this fall, 2026. He has a PhD in humanities with a concentration in philosophy and was most recently an associate professor of humanities. Miguel has over 15 years of teaching experience with interests in classical education and the intellectual foundations of Western civilization.
All right. Thanks once again for joining us. I will also be talking about education and the founding, though I will be focusing on the role of classical education during the time of the founding. For the last 40 years, classical education has grown in popularity. It emerged from a rather long slumber around the late 1980s through homeschool and private schools. It has now continued to grow through charter schools. Joshua Gibbs, the director of the Classical Teaching Institute at the Ambrose School, in a blog post on the U.S. Department of Education website stated, "Once a scrappy movement relegated to musty secondhand spaces, classical education is now a settled figure in the landscape of American education." Many of the founding fathers, as well as other influential voices of the time, were classically educated. George Washington, who was not classically educated, was influenced by the classics and ensured that his stepson received a classical education. What then is this approach to education that has garnered so much attention across the country, both culturally and at the government level? And perhaps more importantly for our purposes, what does classical education have to do with the American founding? Practically speaking, the classical education that many received consisted of learning Greek and Latin, reading Plato, Aristotle, Thucydides, Cicero, Tacitus, Horace, and many other Greek and Roman classics. Classical education is also grounded in the liberal arts. The 7 liberal arts are categorized into the trivium and quadrivium. The trivium consists of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. The quadrivium consists of astronomy, arithmetic, geometry, and music. Thomas Aquinas defines the liberal arts as only those arts which are directed to knowing, whereas those which are directed to some useful end attained by action are called mechanical or servile arts. Joseph Pieper says the liberal arts then include all forms of human activity which are an end in themselves. The servile arts are those which have an end beyond themselves, and more precisely, an end which consists in a utilitarian result, attainable in practice, a practicable result. The liberal arts, then, are an education for a free people, whereas the servile arts are less about who you are as a person, but rather focused on what you do. In his essay, The Principles of Classical Education, David Diner offers 10 principles that distinguish classical education from other more contemporary approaches to education. I will focus on 3 of them that illustrate the importance of classical education around the time of the founding of the United States. The 3 principles I will refer to are education as teleological, education and the cultivation of virtue, and education and the givenness of reality. Lastly, I will point out 2 ways in which the shared classical tradition was helpful to the founders as they established a new country. Education is teleological. That is, the primary question in education is not how is it done, but what is it for? Plato wrote, "The direction in which education starts a man will determine his future life." One must first establish what the goal of education is in order to then determine how best to get to that goal. James Shaw writes, "An education that does not include explanations and understandings of what we are fails to give us the necessary intellectual tools and information to fully explain us to ourselves. To explain man to himself is the central purpose of any form of liberal education." If the purpose of education is to help humans flourish, then questions about what it means to be human must be wrestled with. Contemporary approaches to education often have workforce-related goals. The goal of education is to produce a student who is competent at a particular job. In contrast, classical education sees the purpose of education as producing intellectually and morally virtuous people. W.E.B. Du Bois captures the classical point of view when he writes, "If we make money the object of man training, we shall develop money makers, but not necessarily men. If we make technical skill the object of education, we may possess artisans, but no in nature men." He continues, "I insist that the object of all true education is not to make men carpenters, it is to make carpenters men." While being better at one's job may be a byproduct of a classical education, it is not the aim of classical education. The aim is virtue. Benjamin Rush, a founding father who received a classical education, despite criticizing certain aspects of classical education later in life, held that cultivating virtue was essential. He said, "The only foundation for a useful education in a republic is to be laid in religion. Without this, there can be no virtue, and without virtue, there can be no liberty, and liberty is the object and life of all republican governments." While Rush was promoting an education that was based in Christianity, he said it would be better to have an education based in Buddhism or Islam than to have an education devoid of religious principles. For many of the founders, the telos, or goal of education, was to produce citizens that could maintain the republic. John Adams wrote, "Liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people who have a right from the frame of their nature to knowledge, as their great Creator, who does nothing in vain, has given them understandings and a desire to know." A proper education, which in Adams's mind is a classical one, was seen as necessary in order to produce virtuous citizens who can then lead the country toward flourishing. Classical education and the cultivation of virtue. Diner writes, "The primary purpose of education is to cultivate people who are morally and intellectually virtuous." Cicero said, "To be ignorant of what occurred before you were born is to remain always a child." Education's end or goal is to guide one into maturity. It is not enough to merely be well-read or to be able to read and write Latin and Greek with proficiency. The tools of reading great texts and learning Latin and Greek are intended to shape you into the right kind of person, a virtuous person. However, this outcome is not guaranteed. Socrates, a Greek author the founders would have been familiar with, argues that knowledge of geometry and astronomy are not enough to make one an educated person. He argues that an educated person has practical knowledge or adaptability, acts morally towards others, is prudent, and is humble. He says, those who have a character which is in accord not with one of these things, but with all of them, these, I contend, are wise and complete men, possessed of all the virtues. While the founders did see the importance of cultivating virtue, there was a tendency for them to promote classical education for utilitarian purposes. Diner argues classical education is good and therefore useful, and it is a mark of classical education to put it in that order. In contrast to contemporary education that oftentimes sees education as useful and therefore good. It seems the founders at times emphasize the usefulness of the education over and above the goodness of the education. As we saw from Rush above, forming virtuous people is essential to education. But he seems to suggest that this is not merely the end of education itself, but rather virtuous citizens are necessary for a successful republic. In his Thoughts Upon Female Education, Rush argues that women should receive a robust education. However, one of the main reasons for this is that women are often the primary instructor of their children. Benjamin Franklin also recognized the importance of education as a means of cultivating virtue. In a letter to Samuel Johnson, he wrote, "I think with you that nothing is more important for the public weal than to form and train up youth in wisdom and virtue." He also said general virtue is more probably to be expected and obtained from the education of youth than from the exhortation of adult persons. Bad habits and vices of the mind, being like diseases of the body, are more easily prevented than cured. Classical education and reality. In his essay on the principles of classical education, Diner writes, classical education recognizes the givenness of both physical and moral reality. That is to say, the classical view is that aesthetic and moral statements can be true or false, and not merely matters of preference. This is related to the natural law tradition in which the founders were well steeped. Cicero, a writer many of the founders were well acquainted with, wrote the following: "True law is right reason in agreement with nature. It is of universal application, unchanging and everlasting. And there will not be different laws at Rome and at Athens, or different laws now and in the future, but one eternal and unchangeable law will be valid for all nations and for all times." Cicero here appeals to a natural law that is not limited to mere preferences, cultures, or time periods. This is a law that all humans ought to conform themselves to. C.S. Lewis illustrates this principle well in his work entitled The Abolition of Man. In it, Lewis criticizes an elementary English textbook which he calls the Green Book. The book uses an example of a story of Coleridge standing in front of a waterfall. Coleridge believes that the first tourist is correct. Coleridge overhears one tourist call the waterfall sublime, while another tourist calls the waterfall pretty. Coleridge believes that the first tourist is correct and the second tourist is mistaken. The authors of the Green Book assert that this is in fact a confusion. That when one tourist says the waterfall is sublime and the other pretty, neither is speaking about the waterfall, but rather about their own feelings. Lewis spends the rest of his work arguing against the kind of subjectivisms promoted in the Green Book. Lewis argues that this view is philosophically problematic and runs against the great traditions of human history. He references Plato, Aristotle, Stoicism, Christianity, and Eastern philosophies and states, but what is common to them all is something we cannot neglect. It is the doctrine of objective value, the belief that certain attitudes are really true and others really false, to the kind of thing the universe is and the kind of things we are. This view that classical education and Lewis reject is called the fact-value split, though this terminology developed after the time of the founding. Lest we think that rejection of the fact-value split is just a way of getting to claim that all of your sentiments and values are correct and anyone else who disagrees with you is incorrect, Lewis acknowledges an area in his own life where his sentiment is unmerited. He writes, "Those who know the Tao can hold that to call children delightful or old men venerable is not simply to record a psychological fact about our own parental or filial emotions at the moment, but to recognize a quality which demands a certain response." He continues, "I myself do not enjoy the society of small children. Because I speak from within the Tao, I recognize this a defect in myself, just as man may have to recognize that he is tone deaf or colorblind." Thomas Jefferson followed the natural law tradition when he wrote that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. This assumes that rights are not given by governments or invented by the imagination of people. Rather, these rights stem from nature and nature's God. There is an objective moral status to humans, and so it is our responsibility to recognize and acknowledge the rights that should be extended to all. This classical understanding of reality treated moral and political questions as questions about truth. It therefore encouraged the founders to believe that seeking the best way to establish a country, educate a people, and lead citizens toward flourishing was a serious and worthwhile task. There are two ways I wish to highlight in which classical education was beneficial during the time of the founding. First, it served as a cultural and moral guide. We see this principle at play in several quotes from leaders in the founding era. The founders had this strong sense that in order for the Republic to be successful and prosperous in the long run, virtue and the carrying on of certain traditions would be essential. John Adams insisted on having his children and grandchildren learn Greek and Latin and have a robust education in the classics. Adams spent the final years of his life supporting the construction of a classical school in Quincy, Massachusetts. The classics were a guide, not a perfect or infallible guide, but one that should be honored and respected. In a letter to Benjamin Rush, Adams wrote, "I should as soon think of closing all my window shutters to enable me to see, as of banishing the classics to improve Republican ideas." In other words, the classics shaped the founders and would provide the intellectual ideas for the improvement of the Republic. Carl Richard writes, "The founders' passion for the classical heritage produced an intense desire to ensure that future generations were not deprived of it. Steeped in the classics, the founders were determined that their children should be too." Second, it served as a kind of common language. A common language did not mean agreement about everything or even most things, but it provided a language in which those disagreements could be more carefully considered. For example, both the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists appealed to the classics in defense of their positions. This is seen in the pseudonyms used by both sides. Publius was adopted by the authors of the Federalist Papers, and names like Brutus and Cato the Younger were adopted by the authors of the Anti-Federalist essays. In the Anti-Federalist paper, Brutus I, the author writes, "If respect is to be paid to the opinion of the greatest and wisest men who have ever thought or wrote on the science of government, we shall be constrained to conclude that a free republic cannot succeed over a country of such immense extent, containing such a number of inhabitants, and these increasing in such rapid progression as that of the whole United States." In Federalist Paper 63, James Madison writes, "History informs us of no long-lived republic which had not a Senate. Sparta, Rome, and Carthage are in fact the only states to whom that character can be applied." The fact that we're pulling from the same tradition did not lead to agreement, but led to intelligent and rigorous debate because each side had to take the other seriously. The classical education of the Founding Fathers shaped the way they approached leading a new country. Not all of them were purists in classical education, as some argued that the ancient languages should be abandoned. But all of them were influenced by and promoters of many of the key tenets of classical education. They saw the classics as an important guide, though not a master, to this young country. The shared knowledge of the classics provided a common intellectual language that allowed for serious moral and political debate. Thank you.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
Teachers, we invite you to become a Liberty Fellow at New College of Florida. This professional development opportunity is for educators in grades 5 through 12. NCF invites you to explore the ideas and principles that shaped our nation and strengthen the habits of liberty and self-governance in your classroom. Participating teachers may receive a $1,000 stipend and earn professional education credits by completing at least 80% of the program and committing to 1 year of the program at a time. Connect with scholars and peers, build a network of up to 50 colleagues per year, and access digital learning material designed for use in your classroom. To learn more, visit us at ncf.edu/A250-apply or scan the QR code to apply today. Join me in falling in love with America again.
My first question is actually for you, Dr. Wheatland. I noticed, and I don't know if it was an exact correlation in your talk to what I'm thinking of, but I noticed in your talk you used the term just war, and then at the end you made the very good point of teaching our students why we should go to war or maybe why we shouldn't. So I wanted to know what your thoughts were on Augustine's just war theory, and does that have any kind of influence on the fathers and on American founding, or would that be something kind of far off because they're more post-Enlightenment or Enlightenment thinking?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And if you're thinking of, well, first off, who immediately influenced the founders? So what were the most direct people that they tended to look to and read in order to understand the law of nations, this question of just wars or unjust wars? There's a group of European thinkers that you can think of as these just war law of nations theorists. Samuel Pufendorf, who is German, Emmanuel Vattel, who is Swiss, and Hugo Grotius, who is Dutch. There is, I think, a line between those thinkers that you could bring all the way back to St. Augustine. I think the line is this. War is assumed, I think, to be unjust. The just wars are, in a way, the exceptions. Right? There are certain circumstances in which it makes sense, in which it is advantageous and morally proper for a nation to wield arms against another nation. There is a transformation, I would argue, of just war thinking that emerges in the Westphalian period, as Dr. Lippincott noted, right? Because in the pre-Westphalian, pre-17th century Europe, there's this question of religious warfare, right? How do you treat warfare between co-religionists versus warfare between those who do not hold your religion? There's these questions of, you could say, crusading in the broad sense of the term of, all right, a nation is doing something unjust, we have to go in and intervene. In the Westphalian period, and this is where you see Vattel, Grotius, Pufendorf, there's the assumption that no, nations have sovereignty, they have this independence, and that independence is the foundation for their political actions, right? You do not violate the sovereignty of another nation, even if that nation is founded upon or is committing actions that are contrary to your own conception of justice. As all that is to say, I think there is a line between that earlier Christian just war theory and the founding. It's maybe not a direct line. I think it's filtered and ciphered through these other thinkers and historical events.
Thank you. So I guess this question is most directly for Professor Lippincott. So you talked about the way that various countries have come, or that we have come up with moral judgments that we place on various things that go on during war. So we're in an interesting phenomenon right now. In 1648, Europe started fighting a large number of wars. After every war, two things happened. Borders were redrawn and populations were transferred. And that went on for 300 years until around 1948, when Europe decided they liked where the borders were and the populations had already been moved around the continent. And they then declared both of those practices off limits and inhumane. And as a result, we no longer resolve conflicts. We have forever wars. We trap people in multi-generational conflicts, and we set them up for genocide. Are we going to get back to a point where we actually notice that redrawing borders and moving populations, while they may be unjust in and of themselves, are frequently least bad and can be evaluated in a least bad environment as opposed to a standalone unjust environment?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I will just add something to what you said there. There was a vast population transfer in the aftermath of World War II. Lvov, which is now in the Ukraine, used to have Poles, Jews, and Ukrainians. Now it's just Ukrainians, right? Like, there's a massive population transfer after the war and the redrawing of the maps. But the deeper question, I think, goes to this idea of sovereignty. And I typically, and I look at the progressive view, the idea that there's an authority that's going to say, these borders are sacred now, right? And there's an authority that gets to say that they're sacred. Well, what authority is that? Well, it's really America and American liberals, right? This is justice. We drew up the map. And why can we do that? Because we're right. We know what justice is. We stand for freedom, democracy, and equality. So you're about to do what you're going to do what we tell you to do. And I think that view, ironically, is a very imperialistic model, and it's one that denies sovereignty. Well, there's just a question here about Augustine's just war theory, and I'm just pulling this up on my phone. One of the key aspects is legitimate authority wages war. That's the crux of the matter. What qualifies as legitimate authority? And the older system acknowledged that every authority thinks it's legitimate, right? And there's but you have to then accept there's violence and brutality that's in that system. Borders are going to change. But that's not then a cause for everyone else to go into conflict. Look at Russia and Ukraine. Okay, when the Soviet Union possessed Ukraine, and some of you are probably old enough to remember that, Americans were not like, hey, we should go start a war in Ukraine, right? Well,
But now the border is sacred. Well, that's really complicated. And what do ordinary Americans have to do with whether the Donetsk and Luhansk are under this political order or another? And I can say the older view would have said, okay, that moral view of the world is detached from our own interest. It deals with the sovereignty abroad. We should not be involved there. So could we go back to that view? Very plausibly so. And I think there's a lot of reason to think that the future of warfare especially will not lend itself to intervention abroad.
If I could jump in on that. Sure. In the early 1990s, when they were discussing what to do with Russia after the Soviet Union, one proposal was to actually redraw the borders of Russia, right? Divide Russia up into 3 separate republics. It wasn't seriously pursued, at least publicly not, right? I was just teaching this in a foreign policy class yesterday morning, so students asked, would this happen again, right? And if Russia loses, right, I think we could see like that as a real possibility again. But it won't be a impartial, everyone agrees that the new world order, right, or international law is going to encompass changing borders, right, and transitioning populations from one country to another. They might like transing them. But it'll just be that who's in charge of the liberal world order will get to, draw on the map what is the borders of Russia, who gets self-determination and who doesn't, right? So we could return to it, but it may not be exactly what it was in the past.
I would like to raise a question to Professor Wheatland regarding a federalist. So if I recall correctly, Hamilton wrote that something like this: to be more safe, people at length run the risk of being less free. So the Federalist was written in the late 18th century, and I would argue that in the 240 years difference, globalization very much changed the world map. And if we now look at the Ukrainian war and Iranian war, we can now see that military strength is not the only role that now is securing a country, but rather also economic independency, which is the reason why Iran and Ukraine are still standing. So my question would be to you, and also what you think Mr. Hamilton would argue, how economic interdependency, what role it plays in securing liberty.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Paul's one of my students, and he always asks me these $1 million questions, so I'm getting used to fielding them. And let me just start. This is something that I did not explicitly state in the talk, but how do republics secure themselves as opposed to empires? Right, if you're thinking about this from the lens of the founders or of Montesquieu, who I think says this more explicitly, well, empires protect themselves by having frontiers. Right? They expand, they might have border states that serve as vassals and are perhaps buffers against other rivals. And so empires do not maintain or tend to maintain static borders as the sort of center of their security strategy. Whereas republics, I would argue, the security of a republic depends primarily on the border. It depends primarily on, are you able to keep potential enemies on the other side of the border? And you have to do this in order to be able to distinguish between who should be a citizen and who should not be a citizen. Right? Who should be in this country, who should not be in this country, who should be in this republic specifically. Right? Republics tend to, I think, have this border-centric approach to security. And the reason that you would have a border-centric approach is because this is the best way to preserve civil and political liberty. Right? If you do not have a border-centric approach, that might mean that you need to have more internal surveillance, more of an internal security apparatus. And to your point about globalization, I would argue that's largely what you have today. And this is something I always like to bring up when I'm teaching Federalist 8 to my students. And I always teach Federalist 8 before I get to 9 and 10. A lot of people like to skip to 9 and 10. I think you have to read 8 in order to really understand what's going on in those ones. As I say, well, this Hamilton line, right? People are willing to give up liberty in order to better have their safety. Well, have there been any examples of that in contemporary American life? I'm old enough to remember pre-9/11 America. there's a different atmosphere, right? That September 12, 2001, there is a state of abject fear in the country. It is pervasive. And that led to particular decisions about internal surveillance and new security apparatuses that primarily meant treating Americans themselves as potential enemies, as opposed to distinguishing between citizen and non-citizen, between borders and non-borders. As we get to the question about economic interdependence, Hamilton is pro-trade. Right? He thinks that America, as it is emerging, needs to develop manufacturing, and that means that it is going to have commerce with other nations. There needs to be exchange of material in order to benefit both nations. Right? Trade has self-interest on both sides. But Hamilton believed that in order for this to be accomplished in a way that preserves American sovereignty, which means ultimately preserving American liberty, you have to have a proper manufacturing apparatus at home. And so you have to be able to feed yourself as a nation. You have to be able to arm yourself as a nation. You have to be able to do those things that are absolutely existential to your survival. If you outsource those things to other nations, even if it's in a mode of economic interdependence, that might be in the interest of you, that might be in the interest of the other nation. But Hamilton says in Federal 6, the problem with international affairs is that nations don't always serve their own interests. They act irrationally. Right? Hamilton says it would be in the interest of every nation to have peace all the time with all of its neighbors. But Hamilton says that's not human nature, that's not reality. And so I think Hamilton's concern would be if you have economic interdependence to the extent that you cannot provide for your own existential necessities, primarily food and weaponry, then you are leaving yourself in a precarious situation in which if your relations deteriorate with those other nations, even if it's mutually beneficial to have trade, those other nations are going to forego those beneficial trade relations, and then you are left to the mercy of other nations for your food, for your weapons, and for your overall security.
All right, this question is for Dr. Wheatland. With regards to the immigration and assimilation of an immigration and the threat that posed and the creation of factions, how much were the Founding Fathers for, or did they recognize the idea that an official language not being established could become a threat? Like when we look at large cities these days, that we have the regions that Chinatown in New York, for being from New York. Did they foresee that? Did they not just anticipate that, hey, without English being an official language, we set ourselves up for this in the future?
That might be a question for Dr. Brown, because wasn't Franklin concerned that you had all the German speakers in Pennsylvania? To speak to the founders' concern about immigration, I think it was thought of as part broadly of foreign policy and national security, right? The founders believe, well, there's times in which immigration is beneficial. Right? And the founders especially thought as the Republic is being formed, you have this vast continent, you have all this land, there you need farming, you need more population in order to survive in this world of empires. And so they said, yes, all right, immigration, but it needs to be done in a way that allows for assimilation to ensure that you do not end up having what are essentially ethnic enclaves within your political community, right? And what I mean by ethnic enclaves is that you end up having a sort of these ethnic ties that are stronger than your broader ties of national identity and lead to a kind of spoil system within your politics. Thomas Jefferson, in I think it was Query 8 of the Notes on the State of Virginia, said that what's distinct about the American regime is that it takes these elements of England, of English common law and English politics, and combines them with this more fuller understanding of natural rights. And Jefferson warned that, well, if you have mass immigration from nations that don't have that same foundation, and Jefferson thought this was a unique foundation, you could end up having this ethnic spoil system that emerges, right? Your politics becomes this essentially competition between different groups that might not even speak the same language. And Hamilton actually repeats this and throws this back in Jefferson's face when Jefferson is president. And there's this haggling over what naturalization law should look like in the United States. How long should immigrants have to remain in the United States before they can become citizens? And Hamilton expands on this principle. And so they all, I think, recognized or thought that it was necessary that, of course, you're going to have the same language, right? As Jerry said in Federalist 3, right, you have a free and wise people. They have to deliberate amongst themselves. Right? If you don't have the same language, then you don't have the foundation for politics. You don't have the foundation, at least for free politics, because you can't deliberate with your fellow citizens. And in Federalist 2, Jay says this is one of the reasons why America can be a nation, is the simple fact that there's a common language. Right? There's cultural ties, religious ties, things like that. But the first thing is there's a common language. You can actually talk to each other. Right? So I think they took it for granted that you would have that. Very good question.
If I could add just on the Franklin part, Franklin did try to force down or force the German immigrants to speak English. He wanted to not ban German schools, but certainly make learning English part of their education. And eventually he gave up on that, partly for political reasons because it wasn't very popular, but also because he realized it's just natural for man to want to speak the language that is his own. And so I think it would be considered consistent with liberty to allow them to speak their language, but Franklin would never say, like, speak German to the Germans. He would just be speak English to them, and they have to learn how to speak English if they want to live amongst us. My own ancestors were among those Germans that caused Franklin headache. And I noticed when I was looking into the family tree that we were originally bronze when we came over here, and then after 1776, we were now browns. So there was, I think the idea of being part of this American identity led a lot of these non-Anglo immigrant communities to immediately, not immediately anglicize, but they certainly had incentives to do, because now they weren't just German, right, or English, right, they were American, and Americans speak English, but then they might speak English a little funnier than others.
Yeah, I don't know if the Texans speak English, but point taken. I lived in Texas, I can make that joke.
One common denominator that was brought up was, the whole issue of borders. And Dr. Lippincott had talked about aggression as a moral concept, starting with Spanish-American War. And also the fact that it's just, all this is in the context of Europe. And I look at what has happened like in the continent of Africa. And there's an incredible injustice, and we can see the results of, those borders really don't mean anything. You've got, this tribe here, but it's also, when the Europeans drew these lines, it had no concept of a homogeneous unit, that this tribe actually spans, quite a different geography. And I just thought that was interesting in the sense that, how much can we, obviously in Europe, borders mean a lot more. But in the case of a place like Africa, the borders kind of maybe are irrelevant.
Just to draw on the point of the social contract and choice and its role in the formation of a political regime. What makes American borders meaningful or viable is that Americans chose them, right? There's Americans within them. And so when a border is imposed from outside, then what meaning does it have for those people? That's not the way they would have chosen to arrange their own sovereignty, insofar as they could do so at all, or at that ability to unify to that degree. And I think there's just been a breakdown in international law, just the idea of consent in a meaningful way. Like, there's a lot of coercion even in our own system. It is the month of April. We're just paying taxes. Like, how much consent is going on in our system as to how that money's being spent? It's tens. It's something like $10 trillion plus that's gained every year. So and that's just here. So there's really, I think, been a breaking of consent and borders in a sense of what a people is, and that's certainly an issue that we'll confront going forward, not just in America, but around the world.
We found the sovereignty of Ukraine to be so offensive, and yet we agreed to the split of northern Chad and southern Chad because they're so, such varied situations.
It's just, it is. One of the things is you have this moralizing view, but it's often inconsistently applied. For instance, think about World War II. Right? Hitler is the worst person ever because he invades Poland in September of 1939. You know who else invaded Poland in September of 1939? Joseph Stalin, our ally. We gave that guy the equivalent of like $300 billion in today's money. It's like, well, how does that go together with commitment to freedom and democracy? Well, it turns out there's a bunch of communists and leftists in liberal circles, and there's just a different view, and there's a way you can write a 10,000-word essay about how that can all go together. But I think it points to the problem with a lot of these interventions is you start to realize how much you don't know. And one of the shocking features of like American geopolitics is how little our policymakers know about the world around us. I'm reading Michael Axworthy's book on the history of the Islamic Revolution in Iran. And he points out that in 1979, none of the CIA officers in the embassy in Tehran knew Farsi. They did not speak the local language. They did not know. They didn't interact with Iranians on a day-to-day basis. So on the one hand, you have all this moral view about spreading democracy, equality, freedom, managing the world in the name of uplift. On the other hand, like a shocking ignorance of things like basic history and amazingly, the American embassy staff did not know the history of America in Iran. So you have Iranians who are holding them hostage, these Iranian students, yelling about 1953 and the CIA overthrowing the government, and the Americans are like, no idea that happened, right? And they just didn't. There's a real problem here. There's a need for humility, I think.
And to that point about knowledge, one of the first major imperatives that the government had, the American nation had once the government is formed and we secured independence from Great Britain, is to establish diplomatic ties with other nations. That requires sending ministers abroad and being able to then communicate with those other nations. And if you look at early American policy, there's not many what Jefferson called entangling alliances, right? We're not having too many military treaties. To the extent that they're very temporary. Yet there was expansive knowledge of the situation of these foreign nations. You take John Quincy Adams, for example. John Quincy Adams, as a boy, travels with his father, John Adams, to Europe to serve as his secretary as he's negotiating with France. John Quincy Adams ends up having this illustrious diplomatic career in which he goes to Netherlands, to Russia, to Prussia. During the course of his career, John Quincy Adams learns Italian, Dutch, Russian, German, Latin, Greek, I think one other language, too.
English.
Oh, yeah, well, he knew English, yeah. He's not a Texan. He didn't say y'all. He spoke Queen's English. But that's an incredible array of knowledge, but it was expected that you would have a diplomatic corps that would know the languages and know the local circumstances, not so that we could get involved necessarily in their situations, but so that we could reach some sort of mutual understanding with those other nations in order to preserve a peace that was in mutual interest between our nation and their nations.
I'd like to ask one question, if I might, of the panel. The idea of empire is specifically of fuzzy borders, right? And so they are malleable as the power allows. So as we are a growing country, we are confronting emerging out of the moment of independence, we are confronting a continent that still has French and Spanish influence, in addition to indigenous Indian populations. So how did the ontology of empire, or the idea of fuzzy boundaries, how did that influence the way our founders thought about the opportunity for expanding territory, and especially with the prior strength of the European empires that claimed the land?
Well, I think whenever the founders or early American Republican era presidents justified territorial expansion, the first argument they always made was it's necessary for our defense. So we can't have Great Britain on our borders. Jefferson, when he finds out that the Louisiana territory might become possible, he writes, whoever has control, if Napoleon takes the Louisiana territory back from the Spanish, right, because it was at the time the French had given it to the Spanish, if he has control of New Orleans, of the Mississippi, then that's a foreign power who has effective control over our sovereignty, who has control over our economic opportunities, right, our ability to trade. We no longer have access to the Gulf of Mexico. We are substantially limited in our access to the Atlantic, or at least the Southern Atlantic. We no longer can navigate from the southern parts of our union towards the northern parts. So territorial expansion was, primary justification was security, right? We need to be able to secure ourselves, and therefore will expand to that point that is necessary for defense. Jefferson also says, and this is in the same letter I quoted when he's writing to James Madison, when he talks about the Empire of Liberty. He talks about Cuba, and he says, I would be fine with taking Cuba. You know, he envisions the deal being Napoleon is concerned about the United States siding with the Mexicans as they're revolting against the Spanish and Napoleonic Empire. And he says, you know, we will not get involved, but we will take Cuba. And he makes the argument, and if we take Cuba, I will plant a massive signpost right there that says ne plus ultra, right? This is the furthest extent we will go south. And his argument is we can defend Cuba without needing a navy, right? We can easily get troops to Cuba and back within a day or two. But if you need a navy, if you need a prolonged naval campaign to defend your territory, then you should not own that territory, right? So the Philippines certainly would be out of the question. Probably Hawaii as well. Basically, it has to be contiguous in some sense to the actual American territory. Going further, when Manifest Destiny is underway, during the Lincoln-Douglas debate, Stephen Douglas makes the argument, if Americans need the space, then America should procure that space, right? It doesn't matter if it's to the north or to the south or it's the Caribbean islands. If we need the space in order for Americans to thrive and flourish, then Americans should acquire it. Lincoln, in response to that, says, okay, but what are you going to do about the Mexicans then, right? Because Douglas is not a fan of the Mexicans. So are you going to allow them to become American citizens? You don't want that. Are you going to allow them, are we going to subjugate them, right, and rule over them? Well, that's not consistent with your own ideals of popular sovereignty, Stephen Douglas. So it's, I would say, national security or territorial defense, right, is the first limit. And then it's going to be, does expansion require us to fundamentally change the character of our government? If we're going to rule over other peoples without their consent, and we have no intention of ever allowing them to enter into our republic, then we should not do that.
One note I'll make briefly on fuzzy borders is this was a real serious concrete problem. How did America acquire Florida? The place where we are right now, how did this transform from a Spanish colony to American territory? Well, the answer to that is the 1819 Adams-Lenease Treaty signed under President James Monroe. Right? John Quincy Adams, illustrious diplomat, is serving as Secretary of State at the time. Florida is a real national security problem as a Spanish colony, not so much because Spain was projecting power from there. Right? There's this thing with these empires where on the one hand they have the potential to be very strong, but they can also be very weak and difficult to police their own borders and their own territories. Florida was at this time what today we might call a failed state. You had roving bands of pirates and bandits in the Spanish territory who would often cross the border and harass American merchants. Right? Andrew Jackson at one point leads something of an invasion of Florida. And when this happens, it is an outrage, although the one person in the cabinet who defended General Jackson was in fact John Quincy Adams, which is interesting because they're typically rivals. But this 1819 treaty that was signed with Spain, right, what did it do? Well, Florida was transferred to the United States, and this solves the security problem because now America can govern Florida. We can put down crime. We can end this piracy because Spain was not able to control its own people and its own borders. And also what it also did was fix the borders in the West between the Spanish Empire and the United States. And Spain got concessions in that, got some of what it wanted, but it helped to clarify the border, which meant you were going to have fewer moments of disagreement and potential crises between these two nations. And so that having those fixed borders was absolutely a national security imperative early on.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
Richard Corcoran, president of New College of Florida, and I'm happy to welcome you to our campus on beautiful Sarasota Bay as we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the ideas, principles, and people that have shaped our nation for the past 250 years. It's also an opportunity to look ahead and consider the responsibility each generation shares in preserving freedom, expanding opportunity, and strengthening our country. At New College, we are proud to be a part of this historic national celebration. As Florida's honors college, we believe one of academia's highest purposes is to study history thoughtfully, explore enduring ideas, encourage meaningful dialogue, and prepare the next generation for lives of citizenship and principled leadership. Made possible through support from the U.S. Department of Education and the Florida Board of Governors America 250 Initiative, this lecture series brings together 14 members of our distinguished faculty. Through their scholarship and teaching, they will explore the historical, philosophical, political, and constitutional foundations of the American story, inviting you to engage with the ideas that have shaped our nation and continue to influence its future. The pursuit of knowledge begins with curiosity. It grows through thoughtful inquiry, civil discourse, and a willingness to engage ideas with rigor, humility, and respect. These traditions have shaped great universities for generations, and they remain essential to the values of New College. Whether you're joining us from here in Florida or from somewhere else across this extraordinary country, thank you for celebrating with us. We hope these conversations deepen your appreciation for our nation's history and inspire thoughtful participation in America's next chapter. From all of us here at New College of Florida, thank you for joining us, and happy Independence Day.
Professor Huswit is a scholar of American social history and the civil rights movement. He has been a member of the history faculty at New College of Florida since 2023. Dr. Huswit earned his BA in history from Kenyon College and a doctorate in American history from the University of Mississippi. Among his publications are James J. Kilpatrick, Salesman for Segregation, and Integration Now, Alexander V. Holmes and the End of Jim Crow Education.
I had to laugh when Casey and Dave asked to be part of the conference and asked me to do this, slavery in the American Revolution. I thought, well, he gave us an easy one here. Nowadays, when you talk with students, when you teach the Revolution, when you teach the Declaration of Independence, and you read the opening lines, the famous words about equality, of course, they're looking at you expectantly or even skeptically about, well, what about the slavery element of all this? And it's amazing how this gets worked into immediately thinking about the Declaration and the meaning of the Revolution. And I think that the tendency today, of course, is to read the Revolution and the Declaration through the lens of slavery in many instances. And some people see this as kind of an exercise in narrative control or, an effort to delegitimate the country's foundings and point out the hypocrisy of some of the founders who owned slaves. Some have pointed to this as evidence of what's been referred to as America's original sin of slavery in the country. You all are familiar with this. And asking these questions about, are we really fighting about the present by, fighting about the past through looking at the present and fighting about what the present meanings of the Revolution and the Declaration are for us. And the answer to that, of course, that's what we're doing, is we're fighting about both, as George Orwell wrote in his dystopian novel 1984, quote, "He who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the future," end quote. So history is a constant dialogue between the present and the past at all times. But the question of was the American founding and the Revolution, were those tainted by slavery? Is that a fair characterization? And I think that in part, rather than trying to definitively answer this yes or no, those can lead you in two different directions and two extremes. If you go the yes, definitely this tainted the project, you're sort of speaking a la 1619 Project. If you say no to the extreme, that can lead to taking this out of the discourse. We're going to not talk about this, which is also unhelpful. So we need an honest history. We need an honest dialogue about what occurred that educates about the good, the bad, and the ugly about America's founding. And I would say that more than trying to answer this, definitively yes or no, we should also take time to remember that that very question has been with us since the very beginning. It's been with us for the last 250 years about whether or not slavery was tainting the American founding or not. To repeat the words of the taunt from Samuel Johnson, the great opponent of American independence, how is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes? Johnson's taunt was especially a telling observation, considering that the man who also declared, "Give me liberty or give me death," Patrick Henry, was one of Virginia's leading slaveholders. So again, this is a tension that's been with us from the beginning. This paradox of slavery and liberty has been here from the get-go. And for hundreds of years, people in what we used to call the West had felt little discomfort about treating people as possessions. But something is occurring here on the eve of the Revolution, as Johnson's jibe suggests, that many in England and America had begun to feel uneasy about slavery. And I'll wait for Mark to say much more about that, because my main emphasis here is to talk about the Revolution and slavery itself and how that operated. So to be sure, there were earlier generations that had never been wholly without anti-slavery spokesmen, but one of the things that was new about the American founding, about this era, is the intertwining of views on slavery with views on politics. The politicizing of the slavery issue was something new and different that's emergent during the Revolution. And so the Revolution is a watershed moment in so many different ways. It's the first time in which the colonies separated themselves from Europeans. It's the founding of the first republic in the Western Hemisphere. It's the founding of America, and it's a founding moment in slavery as well. So all those things going on at the same time. After the Revolution, it wasn't a given that slavery would endure. It was no longer possible to assume that slavery may exist without being defended. And these were debates that were emergent about the future of slavery that affected France, that affected Spain, that affected Brazil, but most importantly affected Britain and then, of course, the United States. So these debates were swirling. There was a presumption, starting with the Revolution and then carrying into the late 18th century, that slavery was morally, if not economically and also politically untenable. But part of what distinguished the founding generation was that critics were opposing slavery in a new way. There had been individuals, small groups, that had raised opposition to slavery prior to the Revolution. But now one of the interesting things that emerges from the Revolution is that there's a new collective voice that begins to emerge about opposing slavery. The turn against slavery in 11 of the colonies was an unintended consequence of the Revolutionary War. Ideals birthed by the Revolution generated anti-slavery discourse, and really only Georgia and South Carolina had virtually no anti-slavery sentiment. But elsewhere throughout the new American states, anti-slavery, there was a new birth of talking about this. Thinking about the colonists and their explanations about why they resisted British rule. Again, arguments that would foment anti-slavery views tied to the issue of slavery in many ways. In the opening years of the Revolution, patriots argued about their rights as Englishmen. I think that was the first emphasis. That was the first point of departure. We sometimes forget this, that we talk about natural rights, of course. We talk about this then leading to what kind of form of government do we want. But we also need to remember that before there was the move towards natural rights, American colonials were making the pitch that they should be recognized as fellow Englishmen. They should be recognized as co-equals in this project. And that's part of why they decided to move towards revolution is because, of course, they weren't being recognized as full Englishmen. They were something less than. They were being treated as inferiors. So the talk about natural rights really was a recourse when you're not recognized with your English rights as full Englishmen. Then you start to appeal to a higher law and talk about your natural rights. That was the overarching pitch. So remaining good and loyal Englishmen got dumped along with the tea. And once you talk the talk about natural rights, of course, you have to walk the walk as well. And that's as obvious to us today as it was to people in the 1760s and 1770s. There's also no question that revolutionary language pointed out a fundamental American paradox. The revolution put in sharp relief the difference between ideals and practices. We must break with Britain to defend human freedom. We hold these truths to be self-evident. We go on and on about liberty, about equality, about justice. But many of these same people, of course, also owned human beings. How do we reconcile these things? Can you? But it's the great American contradiction. It's part of what makes us us. And Jefferson's creedal statement about natural rights and equality, all men are created equal, this becomes embedded in the American political ideology. Okay, so many of you are teachers, and so we, in part, what I was asked to do was talk a little bit about the function of slavery within the Revolution, how this plays out, and also thinking about Black participation in the American Revolution, and then we'll talk more about anti-slavery discourse emergent from the Revolution as well. In terms of Black participation in the war itself, the period of conflict, the actual fighting, really stirred things up in the realm of slavery. For one, the war created confusion. It created disorder, what we would call the fog of war. But wartime also provided opportunities for slaves to escape. There was mass confusion during the war that enabled some slaves to free plantations. Many perhaps posed as free people during the Revolution itself. And during the course of the war, what happens is the British commanders on the ground spied an opportunity. They recognized that American patriots in the South were vulnerable in a time of war. And by doing so, they recognized that they could force the patriots to fight on two fronts. The British to the front with slaves to your back, if you're a slaveholder, especially in the South. In Massachusetts, but it wasn't restricted to just the southern theater of the war. Massachusetts had more slaves than any other state in New England. We think that there were about 5,000 enslaved people in Massachusetts at the time of the Revolution. And we also know that during the occupation of Boston, where, in Massachusetts, where the war breaks out, we know that some enslaved people went to British lines automatically and volunteered themselves to General Thomas Gage and said, we'll help you scouting and otherwise. So this is something that's emergent on the ground from the get-go. I included just sort of a little packet for you today. I thought this might be kind of helpful as sort of some reference points. And we can get back to this in discussion if it's useful as well. But I think on one side I've got some quotes, some snippets of 3 different documents, and I'll make reference to those, and then we can talk about them in more depth. I've also got this graph showing you the numbers of importations of slaves, and then some scribbled notes here that my students often can't read. Just so you know, I was a student of Winthrop Jordan's, who was a great historian of American slavery at the University of Mississippi. And so this is actually Win Jordan's graph that I'm giving to you now. And also, if you don't like the handwriting, blame that on Win. And then on the back side, I've got a graph of a sort of a demographic scheme there that you can see to show you concentrations of blacks in America at the time of the Revolution. And just for your own reference, Win Jordan created this map as well. So anyway, we'll get to a couple of these things. So the first quote that I've got for you is from the British side of the story. And this is the famous Lord Dunmore who issues this proclamation. Lord Dunmore who is the last colonial governor of Virginia, who gives this famous proclamation in November of 1775. And I've given you just a little bit of it, but he issues this proclamation, and it's an audacious proposition. Dunmore offered freedom. This is in the first half year, this is in the first 5 months of the outbreak of the Revolution, and Dunmore offered freedom, but this is the caveat, to slaves owned by rebels. It was just to slaves owned by the Patriot forces. And so there were built-in restrictions with the proclamation. You must belong to a rebel, you've got to join me, and you've got to bear arms. There were 3 components to the offer of freedom. So Dunmore was trying to raise a black fighting force to oppose Virginia's patriots. And so flight from slavery into the sheltering arms of an occupying army. This was now a new option. This is something different that's being proposed during the American Revolution. And as a result of Dunmore's proclamation, which many of you are probably familiar with to an extent, there's a mass defection, there's mass disruption in Virginia. Runaway slaves in choosing to flee from their owners and seek the British, deprived the Patriots of wealth. Of course, you're stripping them of their labor, of their wealth, and it's also sowing discord in Virginia at the same time. So it's a momentous event in Virginia. And we think that something like overall about 50,000 slaves joined the British during the course of the American Revolution. It's an incredible number of people who seek freedom with the British. And by the way, most of that history of enslaved people going to the British lines was not something that was taught in America for years. It wasn't until the 1920s when the great black historian Carter Woodson first started to write about this and point this out, that slaves were fleeing to the British forces, that became something that more and more Americans became aware of. In Virginia alone, Thomas Jefferson estimated that nearly 30,000 slaves walked off plantations to find sanctuary among the British. Roughly 2,000 slaves reached British lines in Norfolk. Dunmore established what he called the Ethiopian Regiment. This was his black fighting force of the men who came to the British lines. And they wore uniforms. They wore very simple uniforms. They had tunics, basically, and they had a sash that said, "Liberty to slaves" on the sash. So for the first time in history, emancipation became a weapon of war. I can say more about that later. Finding Dunmore wasn't necessarily easy. There was a good deal of vigilance on the part of slaveholders. White Virginians were outraged about Dunmore's proclamation of freedom. And this is not a story that turned out well for many of those who sought freedom among the British. Again, we can talk about this more a little bit later. The second document that I've got is, this is more how this operated, how emancipation operated from the bottom up. We tend to look at emancipation during the war and slavery during the Revolution as a top-down enterprise. The second document is by Boston King, who wrote one of the earliest slave narratives. And Boston King gives you a snapshot of what it looked like as British forces were decamping from New York City, which they'd occupied for most of the American Revolution. And there's this real moment of panic as the British are evacuating, and would they take these runaway slaves who had taken up the British on this offer of freedom, would they be evacuated with the British? In this instance, although it's not always the case, in this instance, the British actually followed through on their word and evacuated as many black people as they could, as many former slaves as they could, and sent them to Nova Scotia or other locations around the British Empire. I'm jumping around here a little bit, but I'm getting the cue from Michael that I'm short on time. During the American Revolution, there was never any parliamentary policy about abolition. There was only improvisation by British officers on the ground. And this is how this operated. They're not abolitionists. They're out to win a war. They recognized a strategic advantage in offering emancipation to slaves. But they also realized in the course of the revolution that the British realized they could also make an ideological point as well. In order to counter the American revolutionaries' claim of offering liberty, equality, these natural rights, the British could offer the counterclaim of saying, aha, we're really the ones who stand for order. We're really the ones who offer liberty to the enslaved. And so the patriots are not really the ones fighting for liberty. This is a bit of what we would call a cope. But it's also an important reminder that although we talk about the shot heard round the world as coming from Lexington and Concord, the shot heard round the world for freedom for blacks in America at that time was Dunmore's proclamation. And in many senses, those enslaved who took Dunmore and other British figureheads up on this offer of freedom, they in many ways became the first black founding fathers, some would argue. Okay. The Continental Forces also offered freedom to the enslaved, to blacks, not on the scale that the British did. The Continental Congress would eventually offer something like 3,000 enslaved freedom to fight for Washington's army. We know that about 5,000 black soldiers fought in the Continental Forces. Many of them, the majority, were slaves. They were either fighting on behalf of masters who didn't want to fight, so you would send the slave in your place. We also know that although many of them showed up to fight as slaves in the Continental Forces, that many of them also had an expectation of freedom. They hoped that by fighting on behalf of the American Patriot Forces that they would be offered, that they would be granted freedom. Interesting to note that among the forces who fought for Connecticut, Michael's home state, of the 289 blacks who volunteered to fight for Connecticut forces, 5 gave the surname when they were asked, they're being enrolled, enlisted, and they gave the surname Liberty. 18, when they signed up in the Continental Forces, reported that their last name was Freedom or Freeman. So this expectation of liberty was there. We also know that black soldiers fought in integrated units. They also fought in 3 separate units. There were 3 separate units raised, one by Massachusetts, one by Rhode Island, and then there was a Haitian regiment that was sent by France that fought in Savannah. The Rhode Island regiment, by the way, was also they called it an all-black regiment, but it was a mixed regiment. There were also Indians, there were indigenous forces that fought, and I just got the 1-minute note. So there's a little bit more to say here about how opposition to slavery and slavery operated within the course of the Revolution, the number of colonies and then states that turned against slavery began to offer gradual freedom. That's actually the last document in there is the 1777 petition in Massachusetts, where enslaved people petitioned the state legislature and wanted a gradual abolition law passed in Massachusetts that got tabled and didn't go anywhere. But it's an interesting look again at how emancipation operated from the bottom up outside the halls of government. And I think that just in closing here, I think that the most stunning thing about how slavery operated during the Revolution is, and again, this is an unintended consequence, is that for the first time in world history, warfare became synonymous with emancipation. That had never happened. Going back to ancient times up into the modern era, when there were wars, the expectation was captivity, bondage, some form of slavery. I own you now, I possess you now. But for the first time in world history, during the American Revolution, it switches. And fighting and warfare now becomes associated with emancipation. And I think I'll leave it there. Okay, and we can come back and I'm happy to talk more, take some questions, but I'll turn things over to Mark. Thank you.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
teachers, we invite you to become a Liberty Fellow at New College of Florida. This professional development opportunity is for educators in grades 5 through 12. NCF invites you to explore the ideas and principles that shaped our nation and strengthen the habits of liberty and self-governance in your classroom. Participating teachers may receive a $1,000 stipend and earn professional education credits by completing at least 80% of the program and committing to 1 year of the program at a time. Connect with scholars and peers, build a network of up to 50 colleagues per year, and access digital learning materials designed for use in your classroom. To learn more, visit us at ncf.edu/A250-apply or scan the QR code to apply today. Join me in falling in love with America again.
Dr. Richard Izquierdo, Associate Professor of Political Science, teaches courses in American politics and law at New College of Florida, where he is also the Director of Pre-Law. Prior to a career in academia, he earned his JD at the University of Pennsylvania Law School and practiced law at Fried, Frank, Harris, Shriver, Jacobson in New York City. Try saying that 5 times fast. He left the practice of law to earn his PhD in political science at Stanford University. After graduation, he was the Thomas W. Smith Postdoctoral Research Assistant at Princeton University, and then was the Constitution Fellow and Visiting Lecturer at Georgetown Law.
Thank you, Casey. One of the wonderful things about this project is that we get to sort of look at how America was made and how America was made very differently. It's one of the things that has always attracted me to the study of America. Like our fellow panelists, we each look at America through different lenses, but all through a kind of common language, which is really kind of fortunate. And so in thinking about this, I have to give credit to my colleague, Professor Wheatland, because he sort of kind of named the big 4: nature, reason, liberty, constitutionalism. These are kind of concepts that, although we might take it for granted today, had real resonance and meaning. And hopefully, I kind of get the gist out, it has meaning among this crowd. But I want to sort of say a little bit more about how unique the project of American constitutionalism was and what the contribution really was in showing you one example that highlights everything. So one of the things that I always think is really interesting about anybody who studies American constitutional law is in the first few days, you read the US Constitution. In most American law schools, that's usually the first subject. And then you get to Marbury versus Madison, maybe McCulloch versus Maryland, and you start to go into the cases, right? But what is special about America is that you don't just run a drift of cases like on an ocean. There is a real core there of what we're trying to get back to. And I want to talk about how unique and special that was among the founding generation. And I can do this through talking about one provision of the Constitution. I'll tell you what that is. But one of the things that's really great about this America at 250 project is that we're talking about the great periods where we have foundations and we have some transformation over time. Some of these transformations are consistent. Some of these transformations are not consistent. I'm going to talk a little bit about all of that in my talk today. So one of the things that I always tell my students whenever I get the opportunity to teach anything related to this is that at the American founding, ideas were a very practical subject. In fact, foundational ideas were a very practical subject. They were very necessary. And I think our US Constitution does this in 2 ways. The first way is that it preserves liberty. Liberty is like what the Constitution was made to preserve above all else. And then secondly, it's the political science, the methodology in which you preserve that liberty. We even see this in Philadelphia in 1787. The 2 most quoted philosophers in Philadelphia in 1787 are John Locke, he's the second most quoted. He's quoted for different reasons than the first most quoted. John Locke is quoted for liberty, ideas of property, ideas of liberty, tolerance in religion, liberty of the individual, all of those sort of things. And the first most is a Frenchman, it's Montesquieu. And Montesquieu is quoted for his political science, how you arrange institutions to protect that liberty. That's very unique about this subject. So one of the things that's great about teaching here at New College is that we have very low barriers between things like political science, law, history, philosophy, economics. I think the founders came from that tradition. That's always what attracted me to that. So a little bit about how tough the task was. So James Madison goes to Philadelphia in 1787, and there's already a failure. There's two failures, one much larger than the other. The Articles of Confederation seem to go like most Republican experiments have been going. A good try, but it's not very successful. It has a lot of problems. It's good-natured, but it's kind of like a league of friendship between the states. They understand this and they go to Maryland and Annapolis and they try to fix this idea, and they don't even have enough to have a quorum. So they're gonna come back, do it all in Philadelphia. James Madison uses his time really wisely. And although this conversation is about one idea he made, I just want to give a slight background on what James Madison does. James Madison asks his good friend Thomas Jefferson, who's not in Philadelphia, he's in France during the Constitutional Convention that summer, and he asks him, can you send me the best books on republics? Jefferson, good friend of his, does so, looks at republics, both classical like Rome, more modern. What are the modern republics he's looking at? Modern day Poland. Poland was twice as large as it is today. If you ask any Poles, they'll tell you how rich their history is and stuff. It doesn't start in the 20th century. It starts way before that. The Netherlands, Switzerland, and they have one thing in common. They don't provide many beacon lights because republics tend to fail. So representative government fails. This is a difficult undertaking. So this is trying to get something right under fire. No one who comes to Philadelphia in 1787 thinks they're going to write a new constitution. I often tell my students on the first week and a half of class that there's something, when I used to practice law, we called first mover advantage, that whoever kind of goes first gets an advantage, and that everybody has to react to it. So they're all coming, they're thinking they're going to amend the Constitution, except Jimmy Madison. He had read all about republics, and he thinks that the Articles aren't going to make it. We're going to go the newest example of a failed republic, and he has a Virginia plan. And this is a deft piece by James Madison. He goes first. And so while it's shocking to the other delegates, they have to react to it. I always tell my students, look at the counterfactual. What if I'm from New Jersey, my fellow Jersey and William Patterson went first with the New Jersey plan? We probably wouldn't have had the US Constitution. It's a really deft move by Madison. Madison's really thinking a few steps ahead. It's commonplace to say somebody plays chess while others play checkers. They used to say that about Larry Bird, how he played basketball, but I think it really is true with James Madison. So I think there's many ways I could take this, but I chose this wonderful opportunity that I'm grateful for New College for giving all of us to talk about the Ninth Amendment. I've never given a talk on the Ninth Amendment. I'll be honest, it's my favorite amendment. And it's an amendment that doesn't even have much power, much sway. There's never been a Supreme Court case, either at the federal or state level, that has been overturned because it violates the Ninth Amendment. But I like it for a lot of reasons, so we're going to talk about it. I believe that the Ninth Amendment really gives us insights into what I like to think is that the founders brought into the project that they're doing, both in 1776 with the Declaration and in 1787 with the Constitution. I do think that there's great continuity between those. A lot of historians try to say Like, yeah, they were more Lockean during the Declaration and more Blackstonian during the Constitution. I don't believe that. I think there's a million amounts of evidence about, like, if you read the state constitutions in the 1780s, all of this, it's overwhelming. I don't want to bore you, so I don't want to go into that. But what I do want to talk about is the 9th Amendment. And I think it gives us insights to what I call the presumption of liberty. One thing that's really interesting about the 9th Amendment, it's part of the Bill of Rights, but it's not its own right in and of itself. In fact, its author, as I will mention again, was a very reluctant writer of the 9th Amendment or the Bill of Rights. He was a member of Congress from Virginia, and kind of as a promise after the ratification, he agrees to sort of write these, right? And so, you know, the first time they even talk about a Bill of Rights in Philadelphia is like late in September, when the convention is almost over. And so we have different views about why they don't do that. First of all, from our modern ears, we're like, why wouldn't they want a Bill of Rights? Bill of Rights is kind of like if you ask the modern American today off the street, she or he will say, it's the First Amendment, freedom of speech, all these sort of things. And there's much to be said for that. But the project that they did in Philadelphia, one of the things that was special about it is that they thought they figured out a way to limit government and to preserve freedom. Alexander Hamilton, Federalist number 84, said a Bill of Rights would not only be unnecessary, but dangerous. I want to talk what that means, really. Unnecessary, but dangerous. But in another sort of way, before I get into delving into that a bit, he also says, and this is very telling of Alexander Hamilton, which in my opinion, no matter what you think of Hamilton, he was the most prescient of the founders. The country that we actually came into being is closest to what he had in mind. And Hamilton says the Constitution in itself is in every rational sense and in every useful purpose a Bill of Rights. Why is that? Well, that goes to the first thing about unnecessary. Basically, this is kind of foreign to our 2026 years. It's even foreign if it was like 1966. Essentially, the idea of the founding generation was like, we're going to give government some powers, and guess what? If we don't give you that power, you don't have it. So that's an arrangement. That's the political science and substance. I always go back to that. Substance, liberty, methods, political science. They're trying to do that in one. He's not uncommon in that point of view. Madison shares that to a large extent. Dangerous. All right, so that's why they're unnecessary, right? You don't have to, all of us don't want to do something that's redundant. If we've already done it, we don't want to do it a second time. Dangerous, and this is really important, because to list them was to limit them. So Hamilton, always very smart and sort of understanding what's a couple of steps ahead. It's impossible to compose a compendious, satisfactory list of all rights. Incomplete enumeration would imply that items left off the list were no longer recognized as rights. That's not a small critique. I would submit to you, having taught both American politics and American law, being in the thick, I think if there wasn't a country called America, I would be unemployed today. So essentially, like, that heart of that insight, if you ask anybody who teaches, like, who studies the American constitutional law or American politics, is like, yeah, they'll cite off, like, what our Bill of Rights says, what anything else. And if it doesn't say it, if it's not explicitly mentioned, we don't have it. So that's a pretty interesting insight. Like, always go to the founding. All right, now I'm going to give you a person from the founding that you may not know as much about. And in fact, he's often not the most pro-liberty guy. This is James Iredell from the state of North Carolina. James Iredell at the ratifying convention, so they've already come to Philadelphia and they're getting back to North Carolina for the ratifying conventions. You need 9 out of 13 votes to ratify the Constitution. North Carolina is one of those, obviously 9 of the 13 states. And James Iredell says, it would not only be useless, but dangerous to enumerate a number of rights which were not intended to be given up, because it would be implying in the strongest manner that every right not included in the exception might be impaired by the government without usurpation. And it would be impossible to enumerate every one. Let everyone make what collection enumeration of rights he pleases. I will immediately mention 20 or 30 more rights not contained with it. That's almost the most pro kind of liberty statement that I've ever heard James Iredell say. And it's a very true statement. If you doubt this, what he's trying to say is, like, it's really hard to come up with a list. Well, let's say your top 20 rights. If you ever have the opportunity to do so, why don't you, with somebody you trust who likes liberty and government and politics as much as you do, and, you know, have, like, you know, a day in which you write your 20 most essential rights, 20, not 10, 20, and then the next day flip them to each other. They will almost never be the same. And essentially, what that's getting at is to write all of these most essential, you're going to miss out on things. And this, particularly in 2026, my students bring up great questions about privacy, and I bring them back up, and all of these sort of things and stuff. So that's a really telling statement by James Iredell. I'm not the biggest Iredell fan, but that's a really good statement. Now, I am a fan of the next person, James Wilson. Why am I a fan of him? Because James Wilson is the first law professor in the United States of America. He's from Pennsylvania. He's a member of the Constitutional Convention. He's the first professor of some place called the College of Philadelphia. The College of Philadelphia would become the University of Pennsylvania, and I'm biased. An alum of their law school. I'm a fan of James Wilson, but I would have been no matter what. He has a couple of statements that start to really, like, hone in on the task of liberty at the founding. James Wilson says government should be formed to secure, to enlarge the exercise of natural rights in its members, and every object which has not this in view and as its principal object is not a government of legitimate kind. Okay, that's substance. That's full agreement. But check this other statement out that James Wilson says. In trying to get that end, he says a Bill of Rights annexed, added to. And by the way, we take it for granted that the Bill of Rights is just added at the end of the Constitution. That wasn't totally consensus at the time. There were many who thought that it would be like, imagine you're doing a paper and you're editing it in Word and you're taking out words and putting phrases in. That could have been Amendment 2. The fact that we don't have that and we have it as a list at the end is kind of interesting because that wasn't secured. But he says that a Bill of Rights annexed, added to a Constitution, is an enumeration of the powers received. If we attempt an enumeration of everything that is not enumerated, it is presumed to be given. The consequence is that an imperfect enumeration would allow all implied powers into the scale of government, and the rights of the people would be rendered incomplete. A lot of these arguments are, if you name rights, is the implication that what you don't name, you don't have those rights? I always tell my students, like, one of the things that law often does is things by implication, right? Like reference or something like that. For example, an example I would give, I often sometimes get asked to do a recommendation letter. And what if I wrote a recommendation letter that says for somebody named Jimmy? Jimmy was very punctual to class and always polite. Sincerely, Richard Alexander Izquierdo. Right? That's not a negative letter. It's good to be polite and on time. But what am I not saying about him, right? There's always implications. So if you list these rights, is the implication that if they're not listed, they don't go up to that level and they don't have the same thing, the same kind of precautions and preservations to them. James Madison, a reluctant writer of the Bill of Rights, So that's how I always find that interesting. He's like kind of reluctant because he's kind of doesn't think it's necessary. He's not against it, but he's not kind of like thinking. And one of the things that James Madison is cautious about is like, I will write them, but I don't think it's the number one thing I need to do. So now we're going to talk about the Ninth Amendment. The Ninth Amendment, like all of the Bill of Rights, is pretty simply stated. And I like it because in one sentence, it does a lot. And if you study the Bill of Rights, one of the things that the Bill of Rights is really obvious to anybody who reads the first 8 provisions of it is that these are rights that keep a tyrannical government at bay. It's kind of like what they are. I once heard the late Justice Antonin Scalia in a talk he gave in New York say, the best way to understand the first 8 amendments of the Bill of Rights is what would a tyrant want and how do you prevent the tyrant from getting that? So a tyrant wouldn't want you to have free speech, free exercise of religion, you make it criticisms of the government, definitely would not want the Second Amendment. I mean, give me a break. The Second Amendment, like a tyrant definitely does not want a Second Amendment. The 20th century sort of shows us kind of like the first thing tyrannical governments do is take people's guns away. Would want to quarter troops in people's homes to see what you're up to, right? But look at, all right, so those are the 8, right? So the 8 are better understood as kind of like limits on a government, but what about all the things that Americans today, if you wake them up, they really kind of like conceive of these things as like what makes them free. The right to earn useful information, education, the right of parents to raise their children as they want, the right of association, the right to travel, the right to engage in useful pursuits of my knowledge and whatnot, the right to even make mistakes. All of the things that you really understand as freedom are never covered in any of the 8 sort of First Amendments. And so I think this is where the genius is in Madison. And I think this is like somehow today a kind of small tale of how we in 2026 are living in a country that is kind of blessed to have that sort of first take on things, but we have a little bit of a different understanding, and I think I can make that clear by talking about the Ninth Amendment. The language of the Ninth Amendment says as follows, and I quote, "The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people." That's it. Now, drafted by Madison, again, he reluctantly wants a Bill of Rights. And actually, if you like the Bill of Rights, you probably have to give some credit to the Anti-Federalists who kind of like pushed towards that edge. And I often tell my students, don't think of the Anti-Federalists as like people who lost out in the debate or as cranks. A lot of the things that they actually warned about came to being. That America would have a larger military. One of the things about American exceptionalism is America, until the Cold War afterwards, always had a fairly small military, and it always had a draft. That federal courts, the Anti-Federalists said, would overrule state courts. Congress would come to tax heavily. All of those things came to pass. And so I think oftentimes the Anti-Federalists, by giving the name Anti-Federalist, is kind of the people that came up short. I often tell my students states' rights advocates is kind of like a better kind of understanding of them. Okay, so Ninth Amendment. I just mentioned a little bit about what it was. I'm going to talk a little bit right now about the structure of the Ninth Amendment. The Ninth Amendment is not an enumerated right. It's an unenumerated right. It's not saying that parents have the right to raise children. It's not saying that you have the right to travel. It's not saying that you have a right to association, a right to contract, a right to anything. The things that if they took it away from us tomorrow, we would sort of see as like taking away what we really consider as liberty. Basically, James Madison, the genius in this provision is that it's a catch-all. How do you do something when everybody is wondering, if you don't put all of these rights, which is an impossibility, how are you going to capture it? So it's a catch-all provision, but it's also a provision that states what America is about. The natural rights baseline, that because you come into civil society, the root of those is still those natural rights. A few other things about the Ninth Amendment. The Ninth Amendment, like all of the Bill of Rights, only applies to the federal government, not the states. Barron versus Baltimore would further effectuate all of these things about the Bill of Rights not applying to the states. After the 14th, through the idea of incorporation, they do come to the states, but not at the beginning. And again, Madison understood the difficulty of the task, what liberty rights to include. James Wilson, again, to list them is to limit them, the implications of that, and the real possibility that, when you do this project, you have to have something that is cohesive for the country. I look at the Ninth Amendment as one of our clues and insights into what I think that the founders had as a presumption of liberty. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. One of the fun things about understanding law and how it relates to politics is because it gets you inside the mind of the founders, I think. And the mind of the founders were that presumptions and baselines were really important. So one of the things that in modern times, both conservatives and liberals have had a tough time figuring out, what's this mean, right? Like, we have the history, we have the catch-all provision, but even if you believe the text of the Constitution, how is it going to be implemented in a way that's kind of meaningful? And both the right and left have had problems with this. Yale law professor and DC Circuit Judge Robert Bork, during his Supreme Court confirmation hearings in 1987, called the Ninth Amendment, when asked by it, a forgotten amendment, and famously stated, and I'm quoting the great late Justice Robert Bork, not Justice, Judge, "I do not think you can use the Ninth Amendment unless you know something what it means. For example, if you had an amendment that says Congress shall make no, and then there is an ink blot, and you cannot read the rest of it, and that is the only copy you have, I don't think that the court can make up what might be under the ink blot." So Madison is reduced to an ink blot. This is a very constituted, very smart professor, right? Kind of interesting. So I just want to sort of say, so why did the late Judge Bork say that? I think Judge Bork simply reflects the wider sentiments of both judicial conservatives and judicial liberals. Both camps have narrowed the meaning of the Ninth. There's some fear of the Ninth. It's like a Pandora's box. What will you open up? Like, what kind of things? And then the justiciability, right? Some rights are enumerated. They deserve protection for sure. What about the unenumerated rights, right? It talks about these rights. And is it proper for courts to identify them? Notice, one of the things about constitutional law that's always fascinating to me is that we have two American principles in almost every constitutional law case at once. You have liberty or natural rights, or liberty rights, civil rights, any kind of rights, And then you have the ability of governments through the representatives to enact laws. And courts and political players have to decide what is that boundary line. So let's talk just slightly about the mandate of the Ninth. And I just want to offer kind of how the Ninth is a little bit of a hint of the Constitution we used to have, and how in 2026, the task of constitutionalism, and especially in a beautiful program like this where we have 3 years to talk about what was founded, how it's transformed, the mandate of the Ninth, and how the Ninth is a kind of like hint on what we have. So we start with the text itself. Again, the text says that the enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Others retained by the people, that refers to our natural rights. When you come from the state of nature into civil society, you trade in your natural rights for civil rights. There's also a reference to the natural or liberty rights retained by the people when forming a government. Not any rights claimed can be claimed under the 9th Amendment. They have to be historically rooted, philosophically consistent rights. And only these rights which are historically rooted should be given some existence, but that still doesn't really solve our problem. Problem that judges always have is if you have enumerated rights, we understand what those are. What about our unenumerated rights? So I want to conclude this with one kind of message of how we can go forward in looking at this and looking at what the project, if you're intending to recover our constitutionalism, one of the things that needs to be recovered is our foundations. One of the things that the New Deal did really successfully is that the New Deal really challenged the foundation of nature. The foundation of nature, which was really shared by all of the American founders, and Abraham Lincoln, when he's, the Republican Party, which forms in 1854 and gains its first election to the presidency in 1860, has things about nature and natural rights all over its party conventions. And even the drafters of the 39th from the 39th Congress drafting the 14th Amendment, they're all talking about nature, right? And if you're talking about constitutionalism and you're talking about our American baselines, nature is the very quintessential American baseline that makes everything really interesting, very different, very exceptional, as scholars who study America always look at. What is the one difference is that the New Deal really has a kind of foundation in progressivism that is very different. And the progressive foundation sort of says that government can be extended to do a lot of things that it had never been able to do before. So getting back to that idea is a project that the 9th Amendment always kind of very silently is like a tap on the shoulder. We have these natural rights. These are our natural rights traditions. And our natural rights traditions in America really are talking about what American politics and American law really was beginning at the first breath. And I'd like to conclude it with this. One of the things that the American founders sort of understood was that if you start with the idea of liberty, that's not the end project. Liberty has to have a philosophical basis, a historical basis, and it has to have a people understand the common language. I will submit to you that in the 3 years we're doing this project, part of the essence of this project is to recover some of that common language. Thank you very much.
Join us in falling in love with America again.
President of New College of Florida, and I'm happy to welcome you to our campus on beautiful Sarasota Bay as we celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This milestone is an opportunity to reflect on the ideas, principles, and people that have shaped our nation for the past 250 years. It's also an opportunity to look ahead and consider the responsibility each generation shares in preserving freedom, expanding opportunity, and strengthening our country. At New College, we are proud to be a part of this historic national celebration. As Florida's Honors College, we believe one of academia's highest purposes is to study history thoughtfully, explore enduring ideas, encourage meaningful dialogue, and prepare the next generation for lives of citizenship and principled leadership. Made possible through support from the U.S. Department of Education and the Florida Board of Governors America 250 Initiative, this lecture series brings together 14 members of our distinguished faculty. Through their scholarship and teaching, they will explore the historical, philosophical, political, and constitutional foundations of the American story, inviting you to engage with the ideas that have shaped our nation and continue to influence its future. The pursuit of knowledge begins with curiosity. It grows through thoughtful inquiry, civil discourse, and a willingness to engage ideas with rigor, humility, and respect. These traditions have shaped great universities for generations, and they remain essential to the values of New College. Whether you're joining us from here in Florida or from somewhere else across this extraordinary country, thank you for celebrating with us. We hope these conversations deepen your appreciation for our nation's history and inspire thoughtful participation in America's next chapter. From all of us here at New College of Florida, thank you for joining us, and happy Independence Day.
Andrew Humphrey's research relates variously to the political economy of liberal education and dialogue, the ethical and institutional foundations of liberalism and self-government, and to the political economy of Adam Smith, F.A. Hayek, and Vincent and Eleanor Ostrom. His research agenda explores the political economy of educating the skills and dispositions that enable us to engage in democratic politics, those areas of life characterized by collection-action problems, public goods, and externalities among equals. He tries to flesh out a more humane understanding of human agents and political economy interactions that appreciates but transcends the kinds of rational choice that can be captured in the traditional mathematic modeling.
So I'm an unusual candidate for this moment because I'm going to talk about a Scottish person, Adam Smith, and I could have talked about his view of the American Revolution because he said a lot about it, generally in favor of independence for those in America. His works were also read by the founders, and there's something to be said about that. But I thought a more useful introduction would be to go over a couple of parts of Smith that maybe people aren't very familiar with, and yeah, that idea of an introduction. And actually, it's going to connect with this idea of a presumption of liberty, friendship, and justice quite closely. So I'll start, and then there's a third reason I'll tell you about in just a moment. So Adam Smith wrote two books. The more famous of the two is An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. That's the one that, if people have heard of Smith, they generally are aware of. But he wrote another book first. He published this book, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, in 1759 was the first edition. And he kept working on this book, even after he published what's called The Wealth of Nations, right up until his death. So the last publication, the sixth version, was published in 1790, right before Smith died. So he was really concerned about this book and kept working on it even after The Wealth of Nations was published. But it was totally forgotten, basically a little bit after Smith's death until around the 1970s. People were not reading this book. And thankfully, it was kind of rediscovered by academia, and people are spending a lot of time talking about it, so we're much wiser as a result. The third reason why we should talk about Adam Smith is that the publication date of The Wealth of Nations was 1776. So we are dealing with the 250th anniversary of the publication of that work. Not only 250th anniversary by year, but it was published on March 9th, 1776, which means Monday is the semi-cinquentennial. No, oh my gosh, I've said that so many times. Semi-quincentennial. Yeah, I think I said it right. Okay, the 500 years of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations. So I think we're justified in talking about it here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce Adam Smith by means of two primary quotations, and then I'm going to sneak in a lot of other quotations. So here's the first, And we're going to start with one from The Wealth of Nations. You may have heard this. If you haven't, here it is. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, and the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our necessities, but of their advantages. So he's saying it is not by the benevolence of these individuals that we expect our dinner. This quote is very much misunderstood, mischaracterized, and it's oft quoted, and it gives people an impression that that's false. This misunderstanding is well reflected in a quite famous book. If you're interested in political economy, you may have read this book. People assign it to their students, by Robert Heilbroner, called The Worldly Philosophers, The Lives, Times, and Ideas of Great Economic Thinkers. And here's what Heilbroner says, quote, "For Smith, self-interest acts as a driving power to guide men to whatever work society is willing to pay for." This is not Heilbroner. Self-interest there is kind of a motive. I just want to point that out. Continuing Heilbroner. "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner," says Smith, "but from their regard to their self-interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our necessities, but of their advantages." Did you hear the difference? Did anyone hear a difference? Heilbroner says, "But from their regard to their self-interest," says Smith, and Smith says, "from their regard to their own interest." Adam Smith does not say that we are concerned with their regard to their self-interest. So there's this difference between self-interest and own interest. Now, what's going on here? A lot of people might think Smith is making a value judgment that somehow selfishness or own interest is good and should be valorized, but he's just making a scientific observation that's value-free. And if you reflect on yourself, I don't know where you think you're going to have dinner tonight, if you're going to a grocery store or a restaurant, but ask yourself, are you depending on those people loving you and knowing about you and knowing that you're going to be there and caring about you for them to provide your dinner tonight? Or do you think that they are pursuing their own interests, doing what they're doing and wanting to do, and that there's something about how society is arranged that we can expect that our dinner will be there? I don't know if you've even decided where you're going, but wherever it's going to be, you're going to expect that your dinner will be there, not because you expect those people have a positive love towards you as an individual, or perhaps even to most people. So Smith here is making just a true observation, and he's not assuming selfishness. We all, in a way, as economists, are sitting in the chair of Adam Smith. It's because he wrote such a wonderful book that it became an independent field of study. It was always underneath the moral and political philosophy, and it was for Adam Smith. The Wealth of Nations was a part of moral and political philosophy. But those of us who sit in the chair of Adam Smith, we have a lot of debt to him. A lot of our thoughts are in conversation with him. One great political economist named Philip Wicksteed, thinking about the nature of economic relations that Adam Smith started to illuminate for us, uses the word non-toism in contrast to altruism or egoism. So altruism is a purely other-centered attitude, just no thought of self. Egoism is maybe the thought of self, and non-toism is the not-you-ism. Okay? Wicksteed makes very clear that there is no such thing as an economic motive. There are only economic relations. We have our own interests, our own motives, and we use exchange as a means of advancing those interests, whatever those interests might be. Non-toism or not-youism is not the same thing as selfishness. It simply means that the other party's welfare in the exchange is not your direct object of action. That's not your interest at the moment of exchange. So let's take the example of Mother Teresa, for example. Mother Teresa has a budget. She's going to buy blankets and food for the leprosarium. She's on the phone with a blanket seller, and he says, "I will give you one blanket for all of your budget." What does Mother Teresa do? She says, "I care nothing for myself. I care only for others." Of course. Take everything I have and return one blanket. In fact, just take it. Don't even give me a blanket. No, she says, my interest is helping those who have leprosy in my leprosarium. And I'm going to maximize that interest by getting the blankets as cheaply as I can, so I have some budget left over to do other things that I care about for my wards. So Mother Teresa is engaged in non-tuism, but not necessarily egoism or selfishness. Capitalism and its moral foundations are not based on selfishness or justified by selfishness. They don't require selfishness. So let's move to the second quote. Again, this is from The Theory of Moral Sentiments. There's an advertisement in the 6th edition of the Theory of Moral Sentiments which kind of tells us what it's about. It says, it's an essay toward an analysis of the principles by which men naturally judge concerning the conduct and character first of their neighbors and afterward of themselves. So it's an attempt to understand the natural principles by which men judge the conduct and character of others, their neighbors especially, and then themselves. So here's a quote. This is the opening line from that book. This is the first book he wrote, and also the last one he was working on after The Wealth of Nations. How selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others, and render their happiness necessary to him, though he derive nothing from it except for the pleasure of seeing it. So some German scholars were kind of perplexed. How can it be that there's this seeming justification of selfishness or self-interest as they saw it, and at the same time passages like that from the Theory of Moral Sentiments? Is there a different Adam Smith? Are these things reconcilable? And this came to be known as the Das Adam Smith problem. So what's going on in the Theory of Moral Sentiments? Smith is trying to understand and account for the moral feelings we have. Sentiments are our feelings, but they're associated with ideas. And most importantly, moral approval and disapproval. When we are disgusted or elated, grateful, those are sentiments. So they're not just feelings that jump out of nowhere. They're feelings that are associated with views and ideas and situations. So Smith recognizes that we first judge others. We watch them, we look at them. How does this judgment come about? Well, one of the principles of human nature that he just said is that we are interested in the welfare of others. And how do we assess that welfare? Well, we sympathize with others, or we today call it kind of empathy. We put ourselves in their place and imagine what it would be like to be in their situation. And at first, that means we look at the motives or intentions of the actor. But in a society, things that people do also affect other people. And so we're in a situation where we can sympathize with that actor, and we also can sympathize with the people who are the objects of the action of that other person. And so we actually can have two sympathies, and maybe perhaps divided sympathies. And the good thing is we can perhaps be an impartial viewer or impartial spectator of these two different parties. So that person just wants to kiss that other person because they love that other person. And that other person's just standing on the edge of the stage, and the person goes and wants to give a hug and a kiss and accidentally knocks the other person over and the person falls down. Well, we can actually sympathize with that brotherly affection, but we also sympathize with the person who falls. And so we have to form some moral judgment based on these things that are going on. And we as a third party, we have some impartiality to think about that. But then we notice that other people judge us. Oh no, other people are judging us? And we have our own perception of ourselves, and we realize, well, that person, of course, had only good motives, and then there were not so good outcomes. And we have to be impartial in thinking about their activity. I only have good motives. But then there's that person's judgment about what I'm doing. So what we do, naturally, Adam Smith says, is that we form an imaginary impartial spectator to help us get perspective on the interactions that we're having with others, to be able to judge ourselves and our actions. And that we generate a kind of pleasure in the fellow feeling with others. So that when others have the similar feeling in their breast that we do, we have this pleasure of fellow feeling by engaging in this harmony of sentiments. So we form an impartial spectator in our imagination, which also he identifies with the conscience. And this conscience is different from a position of narrow self-interest or narrow self-concern. So this theory of spectating and thinking about how our morality evolves into a quotation like this. This is also from the Theory of Moral Sentiments. And hence it is that to feel much for others and little for ourselves, that to restrain our selfish and to indulge our benevolent affections constitutes the perfection of human nature. In the course of the work of Theory of Moral Sentiments, Adam Smith eventually comes to identify 4 sources of moral approval and disapproval when we look at others. The first is that we sympathize with motives or intentions. And when we judge this approvingly, we call it propriety. And when we judge it disapprovingly, we call that improprietous motive or intention. The second is the gratitude of those who receive the benefit of actions or the resentment of those. So we sympathize with those who are affected by gratitude or resentment. The third is that we judge or approve or disapprove when conduct is agreeable to the general rules by which the first 2 sympathies act. So we kind of grow up in a system of moral rules that tend to harmonize and make sense out of our intentions and the merit and results of our actions. And finally, and fourth, last of all, when we consider such actions as making a part of a system of behavior which tends to promote the happiness either of the individual or of society. And he talks about this notion of system. So let me give you a quick example of zipper merging. I like to zipper merge. I hope you will learn about this. I don't know if anyone, have you heard of zipper merging? Maybe anybody? We have a few people here. Okay, what is this? Well, years ago, I applied this rule of don't cut in line, and I was the proud justice enforcer. And it looked like this. The road is narrowing up ahead, we're slowing down, and there are opportunists zooming by. I'm not going to let it happen, so I would pull over, put my car halfway, and I would say, you're not going to steal from the rest of us, get in line, that's the rule. And then I learned that actually there's some science of traffic flow that says what they're doing is actually increasing average traffic flow and basically affecting other people not at all. And why that is because there's a lot of free road, and when there's stop and start traffic at the front of the line, there's always these gaps that open up, and it's not being used by anybody. And in fact, if you can go to the last moment and then merge like a zipper, one car, there's almost no harm to anybody, and so many people are benefited. And I thought, oh no, I've been doing the wrong thing all the time. But of course, my motive was so good. It was the motive of justice. And the rule was in conformity with the rule. But the effects actually were negative on others. I didn't realize that. Although maybe I was having different negative effects on the people who wanted to zoom by, who maybe knew better than I did, because I was a know-it-all, maybe perhaps. And then there are other people who applauded. They had gratitude. Thank you for being an enforcer of justice. But then lastly, there's the system of traffic flow. Actually, a different rule and a different action facilitates the general welfare in terms of smooth traffic flow. And Adam Smith is not a reductionist. He doesn't think you can take it all down to one thing. All 4 of these levers are in play whenever we see a human situation, and it's complicated. And we can be positive on one and negative on another. And I've explained all this to my wife, and she still kind of cringes when I zipper merge, because she's looking at all the people looking at us thinking that we're being unjust. So returning to the opening line in the quotes from Theory of Moral Sentiments, we now, I hope, thinking about sympathy and the impartial spectator, have a clue to thinking about how to put these 2 quotes together from The Wealth of Nations and the Theory of Moral Sentiments. To remember from TMS, or the Theory of Moral Sentiments, how selfish soever man may be supposed, there are evidently some principles in his nature which interest him in the fortune of others, and render their happiness necessary to him, though he derive nothing from it except the pleasure of seeing it. So we talked about the pleasure of fellow feeling. We derive pleasure when we see the pleasure of others. And we talked about the spectator who sees. So this raises the question of the spectator. In a modern society, we do not see everyone in the extended order that makes society up. Every actor is in a state of massive ignorance about the conditions, wants, and capacities of others. We cannot directly sympathize with the motives or the results of the actions of those whom we cannot observe. The first two sources of moral approval, therefore, that is, of motives and effects, are dark to us, and we have no choice but to rely on the second two, on rules and systems as our basis for moral judgment. In a civilized society, these are some quotes from Adam Smith, a human being stands at all times in need of the cooperation and assistance of great multitudes, while his whole life is scarce sufficient to gain the friendship of a few persons. Think about all the people on whom you depend, who you know nothing about, and they don't know you, and you only have a few friends. If we examine all the things that we depend upon, we shall be sensible that without the assistance and cooperation of many thousands, the very meanest person in a civilized country would not be provided, even according to what we falsely imagine, the easy and simple manner in which he is commonly accommodated. Just pick any item that we depend on. Think about how many thousands of people are involved in its making who don't know us. But man has almost constant occasion for the help of his brethren, and it is vain for him to expect it from their benevolence only. He will be more likely to prevail if he can interest their self-love in his favor and show them that it is for their own advantage to do for him what he requires of them. Whoever offers to another a bargain of any kind proposes this: give me that which I want, and you shall have this which you want, is the meaning of any such offer. And it is the manner that we obtain from one another the far greater part of those good offices which we stand in need of. So in fact, we are more dependent on other people than beneficence or benevolence is capable of achieving. I hope if you haven't seen it, go online and look at the hockey stick of human prosperity. Maybe look at Angus Maddison, who's an economic historian. But the per capita welfare in terms of material goods for human history was basically flat until the Industrial Revolution. It just blew out the roof. We are crazy, over the charts rich. And this explosion, Adam Smith started to see just an inkling of. He was quite prescient. He tried to explain it in terms of the division of labor. And there's this famous example of a pin factory, where he says if any one person had to do everything themselves, they could, for example, if they were making pins, they would make 1 or perhaps 20 in a day. But if they are in a factory, well organized, and different people do different parts of the process of drawing the wire, straightening it, cutting it, sharpening it, putting the head on, and different people are doing those different things, their dexterity increases, their knowledge increases, they don't have to switch tasks, and they start to invent tools to help speed these things up. He finds that each individual is able to make about 4,800 pins in a day. So that's I think, what is that? I don't know, 800% increase, some crazy increase. And he talks about those employed in such a branch of industry as collected into the same workhouse and placed at once under the view of a spectator. These people can all be seen because they're in one place. But there's another kind of division of labor, which is the division of labor between individuals, companies, and industries, of which there's no overseeing spectator. And Smith explains that it is not originally the effect of any human wisdom which foresees and intends the general opulence or rich, which gives occasion to this division of labor. It grows up by people thinking about how can they pursue their interests and how can they fit into the interests of others, and they start to discover, if I just focus a little bit more on this, I can get more of what I want through exchange. This division of labor creates a division of knowledge, and it's a theme picked up by the Austrian economists Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek. It's a very important theme. Different people know different things. And so we come back again to the fact that we must rely on rules and systems that facilitate mutually beneficial coordination among strangers as our standard for moral evaluation of a modern society. Prices and the price system and a tolerable administration of justice are the two Adam Smithian ways to think about these rules and systems. I want to give you a quick example of the price. How am I doing on time? I got totally mistracked. A couple of minutes, 5 minutes, another half an hour, got it. So thinking about the problem of a price system and moral evaluation, Adam Smith gives an example when he's thinking about famines and dearths. And he says if there's been a bad harvest and people are kind of struggling because food is hard to get, there may be a storehouse of food that everyone sees that a rich person has. And then they say, the rich person is hoarding. And if we could open the gates of that storehouse, we will be able to eat today. Why should a rich person, for the sake of profit, hold on to that while other people are starving? And so they go to the state and they say, open the doors. And the person says, of course, the motive for profit is not as good as the motive to help your fellow man, benevolence. So they open the storehouse and people eat the food and their life is improved. But Adam Smith says, what would we do if we were on a boat in the middle of the ocean and we had only so much food and it wasn't enough to comfortably get back to land? And there was a captain who had a lockbox, and he put the food in the lockbox and said, I'm not going to give it to you all right now. I'm going to apportion it out little by little so that we ration the rest for the remaining portion of our trip. Well, you understand the motive of the benefit in the moment, but there's actually a benefit to the crew to ration that food out. Turns out the entrepreneur is doing that. Why does the entrepreneur not flood the market with that food right away? It's already more expensive than it would be, because the entrepreneur knows that later on in the season, when people really don't have food, they will really be willing to pay for it. If you can store it, the price is going to be even greater at the end of the season, and he will make a profit. And so what he does is he buys up food today, pushing up the price today. And people suffer relative deprivation today compared to what they would have. But he puts it in the lockbox. And then he brings it out later on when people would have starved because there was no food there. So the motive to earn a profit and pursue whatever those interests are, of course it's to support the leprosarium or whatever they want to use the profits for, actually does the same thing that the intelligent captain does on the ship. And actually by asking the government to go and open the lockbox and give it out to everybody, everyone says, yay, you have the right motives. And we can see the effects that that has on all the people who are eating today. And then when the starvation happens at the end of the season, who's to blame? Nature. Just nature's to blame. There wasn't enough food to go around. So this is an example of the idea of an invisible hand. Adam Smith has this wonder of understanding how the system of the price system, the system of property and justice, for some miraculous reason almost, he outlined some of the mechanisms, operate as if there's an invisible hand making a harmony of interests between the different individuals. And so Adam Smith advocates for a liberal plan. He calls it the liberal plan of equality, liberty, and justice, which is allowing every man to pursue his own interest, his own way. He calls it a system of natural liberty. Quote, in this system of natural liberty, this is the condition. All systems, either of preference or of restraint, being thus completely taken away, the obvious and simple system of natural liberty establishes itself of its own accord. Every man, as long as he does not violate the laws of justice, is left perfectly free to pursue his own interest his own way, and to bring both his industry and capital into competition with those of any other man or order of men. Thus, the sovereign is completely discharged from a duty in the attempting to perform of which he must always be exposed to innumerable delusions, and for the proper performance of which no human wisdom or knowledge could ever be sufficient. No one can plan better than the market can deliver. And so the simple system of natural liberty, the government has very important functions. They are four. The first is national defense. The second is a tolerable administration of justice, which is effectively police and courts. The third is the duty of erecting and maintaining certain public works or important public goods. Did I say four? There are three. So there's a minimal framework that's very important. And so for Smith, the first approximation, and really the second and third and fourth approximation of what's required for freedom, order, and prosperity, quote, are easy taxes, peace, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice. There are, of course, exceptions for Adam Smith, but these will go beyond our time, but they do establish a presumption of liberty. To conclude, capitalism is not based on selfishness, either to work or to justify itself morally, but neither can it be based wholly on benevolence. The processes of learning and production required to maintain a modern standard of living far exceed the capacity of any overarching spectator. Consequently, the overall pattern of human activity cannot be planned, nor can it be judged on the basis of propriety or the merit of all the individuals involved. Rather, the morality of the market must be the morality of the impersonal rule following, that is, following the rules of justice, of property, of contract, of tort, etc. Only this allows individuals to take advantage of the price system and to use their separate spheres of control to pursue and maximize their own welfare as they see it, and in doing so, to tend to maximize the welfare of everybody else. Thank you.
Join us in falling in love with America again.